That would die.
You want mine,
It's all
Steve?
Bob's fault. I don't need one right this
Yeah,
moment.
it's my fault, it's right. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
That back up.
You want to use mine? I can.
Got a cord for the
check.
Yeah, I got a cord
We are go for launch.
for now.
Okay.
Not till we get to resolution.
I got a cord.
Feeling my charger didn't work because I pulled it off the charger. We launched yet, Becky?
Apologies. Yes, we are launch. We are go for launch.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the April 17th, 2024 meeting of the Henrietta Town Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Here.
Councilmember Belanca,
Here.
Councilmember Barley,
Here.
Councilmember Stafford,
Here.
Supervisor Schultz.
Here. We'll begin the meeting with a silent prayer followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before, I'm gonna leave it up to you guys because of the 4-hour nature of the last town board meeting. The minutes were out later than normal and also take longer to review, so there's no problem if we just approve them at the May 8th. What do you
Thank you.
guys think?
I have no issue with that.
Okay,
Thank you.
we don't actually have to have a motion, we just don't move to approve them. Is that correct, Becky?
That would be correct.
Okay, great. Okay. Joe, we're gonna start with a resolution.
Yeah, Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, it is with the greatest pride that I introduce resolution number 9-141, 2024. Whereas the Henrietta Youth Board has selected 26 exceptional young people to be inducted into the year 2024 Hall of Fame because of their special accomplishments. And whereas these individuals have made significant contributions to the Henrietta community and or have made a great personal achievement, and whereas the Henrietta Town Board hereby recognizes the contributions and achievement of these young people, therefore be it resolved that Ali Al-Mahmoud, Ronish Batre, Lincoln Beata, Aaron Blancafleur, Levi Bird, Benjamin Carlson, Ada Cote, Kim Dien, Miriam Doss, Ella Forti, Ava Fox, Zoe Godonis, Alexandra Hayden, Alyssa Homniam, Tamar Jasper, Luke LaForest, Corey Maltsev, Kadest Misgono, Megan Neville, Annalise Perez Iglesias, George Robles, Kylie Rogers, Burdell Tumani, Theo Turner, Hudson Whitbeck, and Shijun Wu are congratulated by the town board for their induction into the year 2024 Youth Hall of Fame and will be recognized for their positive influence on the quality of life in our community.
Second. So I'll just open comments by saying, this is such a great tradition and recognitions of this sort, whether it's this, Eagle Scouts, Gold Stars, it's one of the more enjoyable aspects of being on the town board. And very proud of everybody who has accomplished this year and in past years. You know, it really says a lot about the individuals as well as their families who helped raise them. So congratulations, and I'll open the floor to other board members.
Yeah, it really is a treat. One of those things that I get the opportunity every year to do, obviously, is to see a lot of these young people come through the high school. And every year, I feel like the decision to narrow it down to 26 is an incredibly difficult one because there are so many deserving people, but this truly represents the best of what we have in our community.
Having sat on that committee for a few years, it's a very difficult decision. Sometimes in this day and age, we hear just negative things about our children, and this is such a great opportunity to reward 26 outstanding young people from our community. I believe Henrietta was the first to do this, and I know many school districts and towns have copied us or thought it was a good idea and replicated it. And to Barb Christensen, my co-partner, who helped start this program, congratulations to you, and congratulations to every one of the students. It's something that you'll remember for the rest of your life.
I'd like to say congratulations to all the recipients. I hope this honor propels them to be as successful as they are right now today. I think they're well on their way to having a very successful life. Congratulations to you and all your parents.
I'd like to congratulate everyone too. And you know, it says a lot for the parents, I believe, and I think everybody's pretty much put it out there. You know, it's a great honor. It's a great honor, and it's great hearing about these young people in our community because like Councilman Page said, you hear a lot of times all the negatives. So this is great. So congratulations and thank you.
Yeah, and we're looking forward, obviously, to being able to celebrate all this together, April 28th at the RIT and Conference Center. Really looking forward to that night.
Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak? Come on up. No, you have to come up because it's minutes.
Reply for that, but I don't need a microphone.
Well, we do because we record the minutes.
Okay. My daughter was part of this program that you started, and I'm so honored that you continue this. She was like 20 years ago, a recipient of what you talk about, and I'm so glad that you carry on this tradition because it's so important for these people to carry on in Henrietta to make this a great community. And I thank you for that. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we able to get that speaker's name?
What was that gentleman's name? Paul Randall, 720 Brooks Road.
I was just wondering if we can ask the four that have come tonight to stand up so we can recognize them, that they made the effort to be here tonight and be recognized.
Absolutely.
So please, if you are selected this year, please stand up. On behalf of the youth board, I would also like to congratulate all of you. I know many of you that are here tonight and you guys are a fantastic group. Thank you and congratulations.
Just quickly, Sandy Lehman, 41 Wallman Drive. 37 years ago, we refined the Youth Board Hall of Fame program, and I am thrilled that 37 years later, it is still alive and active and a way of saying thank you to the youth in our community.
Thank you. And congratulations on your granddaughter. You won't say it, but I will. Anyone else? Coming up?
Nicholas Hurst, 62 Rick Weinlein. I just wanted to say, pardon me, that when I was in college, I received the Gold Key Award for outstanding community service, and I recognize the importance, how important that is. And certainly anybody who gets one of these types of awards, okay, especially if it's this or even onto college where they have a Gold Key Award, national award of that nature, it is extremely, extremely important. And I want to say congratulations to all of you that have done an outstanding job to earn that award, and it's a big deal.
Anyone else? Anything online? And hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Congratulations, and do you have something going on downstairs? Is that correct? Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So we'll give a moment so that the youth and the folks with them can head downstairs.
Got it?
While they're leaving, I will note that their pictures will hang up in Town Hall for basically the next year. So in a little while, the current pictures will be taken down and the new ones put in their place. Okay. First up in this public hearings, we have special use permit application number 2024-010 Heritage Structures LLC, East Henrietta Road, to utilize the lot to display and sell sheds. We pointed out some deficiencies in their application and they have postponed, but if anybody has by any chance shown up to comment on that application, we're welcome to hear it. Otherwise, we will close the public hearing until they resubmit. Is there anyone who wishes to speak regarding the heritage structure SUP? Hearing and seeing none, I will close the public hearing until they resubmit. Next up, we have special use permit application number 2024-011 RO Communications, 46 Erie Station Road, to store materials and equipment for a fiber optic splicing installation company. The previous approval of special use permit number 2023-005 had expired, so they're reapplying.
How's it going?
Good. Could introduce yourself and your relationship to the project.
My name is Rexford O'Core. I'm the owner of our Communications Inc.
Has there anything changed in the application? Just missed the fact that the deadline came and went?
Yeah, we had a little trouble with the surveying engineering people originally, so that kind of pushed everything as far as we are now. But yeah, everything's same in order.
And I did speak with the folks from Riverton.
Yeah.
And that's all set. So
Yep.
I don't have anything. I don't really need to hear and present again. If somebody does, let me know, but
No,
yeah.
it was approved before, so I'm
Yeah.
good.
Is there anyone in the public who, is there anything you want to add? You don't need to, but is
No, I mean, it's still
Yeah.
all the same
All the same
structure and
stuff, yeah.
everything. Yep.
there anyone from the public who wishes to comment on this? And hearing and seeing none, I'd like to make a motion to approve special use permit application number 2024-011 RO Communications, 46 Erie Station Road, to store materials and equipment for a fiber optic splicing and installation company. Becky, were there any conditions on the 005?
Nobody.
I would have to pull that up.
Okay. Or the other way I could just state it is with any conditions that were on the original approval would carry forward on this approval. So
Make a second.
you're gonna second?
I second.
Yep.
You don't hear.
I don't know if you're still looking or if how I phrased it covers us.
I am not our attorney, but I think what you said covers us.
Okay. Then why don't I just call the roll?
All right, sorry.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Congratulations, and I guess I will officially close the public hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next up, we have special use permit application number 2024-012, Sushi King, 600 Jefferson Road, to operate a restaurant with sit-down and takeout service and allowing alcohol to be sold. Please introduce yourself and your relationship to the project.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Reza Armanish. I'm at 332 Glen Haven Road, Rochester, New York, 14609. I'm the architect for this project. I'd like to hand in a couple of things, that some minor changes regarding the exterior sign and just the location. Otherwise, the design remained the same. And also, we added 4 more seats to the sitting area. So I'd like to pass this forward.
Most of that, just to be clear, will need to be approved at the planning board, not here, but it's good to have the updated plans while we're reviewing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Basically, the area that we are proposing to have a restaurant there, basically is the Sushi King, we are calling it. And basically the Chinese language that you see is basically it's the Cantonese cooking style, so they put it there. Now on the sign, originally we had it on Portal, which is the main higher portion. Then later, based on the owner, property owner moved it to where it used to be when it was a mattress business. So it moved there. So, but the design and everything stayed the same. So we have 2 signs on the building, one on the south, one on the west. Also, we have a smaller sign on the pole sign. That is, it's a pretty high pole sign. That said, we are not proposing any changes to the exterior of the building. Mainly it's all interior. The net area is 3,236 square foot. And then what we are proposing is a seating area, which seat 127 people. And then there's about 6 to 10, depending on what time of the day, employees. So altogether, approximately under 150 people at the maximum time that it would occupy that building. Presently, there's a fire alarm system in the building. It's going to be modified to reflect the new use. And so that's that. The kitchen area, basically we have 2 9-foot type 1 exhaust hood with cooking equipment. We are adding 1 more toilet for accessible toilet. 1 is already exists, so we just add in 1 for men, 1 for women. So that's that. And they're adding a couple of walk-in coolers, walk-in freezers, basically dishwasher, mop sink, 3-basin hand sink in addition to that. Also, there's a bar at the front, which they wouldn't serve alcoholic beverages. But that bar is not a big area, but we show about 5 seats at the bar area. If somebody comes and they have to wait, they can wait there, because the waiting area we show is maybe just for 2 people. There's not enough, so they can wait at the bar till they be seated. The ceiling per owners asking, we are raising the ceiling, suspend the ceiling 1 foot higher, so it looks a little bit more grand. And then half of the suspended ceiling will be removed and we G-boarded and put new lighting and new design. The owner Mr. Wu, has 4 or 5 other restaurants like Juicy Seafood, the Sushi King. There's several places. There's a couple of them that I worked on in near Buffalo. So he's very well familiar with this business. And hopefully this will be a good business for him and the town and the people who's going to be serving it. So, and if they have any comments, please, I'm open.
Any questions from the board?
Which sushi seafood restaurant does he own here?
The Juicy Seafood is on Winton Road.
On
Is
Winton?
one done?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Familiar with that.
And then there is Sushi King is in Grease Mall. Those that I know. I know there was one near Buffalo. That was called Juicy Seafood too. I don't know if they changed the name.
Okay.
This one is going to be Sushi King, but like I mentioned, it's going to be a Cantonese style of cooking,
Okay.
as opposed to the regular sushi restaurant.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm sure it's in here. I just don't see it. The hours of operation.
I'm sorry. Oh, hours of operation. We submitted basically, it's basically from 10 a.m. to 12 midnight during the week. And Friday, Saturday, they may stay up till 1 if it's permitted. If it's not, then they will close at 12 midnight.
On that location, I don't think the late is an issue.
Yeah, just Saturday, Friday and Saturdays, they
Right.
may stay open because sometimes people go into the restaurant at a later time. And by the time they get out, it's probably like 1 a.m.
Becky, did they check the box for late night operation? You know,
There isn't a late night operation checkbox.
I thought we had that. Okay,
They did list their hours as 10 a.m. to midnight on their application.
okay.
Basically, the only thing that we are asking just Friday and Saturday,
No,
you
understood.
permit us to
Yeah.
open till like
we-
1.
Right, because of where you're located in the heart of our commercial district,
Yes.
late night operation isn't an issue.
How many employees did you say they were gonna have there?
There's 6 to 10, depending. Right now, the other ones, they're about 8, 10, depending if it's like Fridays, there are more people, more of servers. Saturday, there are more servers, more cooks. And so during those busy times, especially like holidays or sometimes they're going to have like approximately 10 people
All right, thank you.
employed. Yes.
But in terms of, that's concurrent, overall number of employees will actually be greater than that because they're not all working all at the same time. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's going to be 2 shifts. Most likely they're going to be 2 shifts, but I'm talking per shift.
Right.
They're going to be about 6 to 10 people
No,
depending
I
on.
understand that.
Yeah.
My point is, overall, your employee base is going to be larger.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
You're providing more jobs than just the 6 to
Right.
10.
It's just
Yeah.
like multiply it by
Yeah.
2. Most likely they're going to run 2 shifts because the
Right,
time from is almost 14 hours
great.
or
Thank you.
sometimes 16 hours, 15 hours. So they're going to be 2 shifts. And then so whatever I mentioned is going to be doubled.
Any other questions from the board?
No, sir.
Do we have anybody from the public who would like to comment on this application? Anyone online? I'm hearing and seeing none. I'm going to close the public hearing for special use permit application number 2024-012 Sushi King. Somebody wish to make a motion?
Mr. Supervisor, oh, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve, special use permit application number, 2024-012 Sushi King, 600 Jefferson Road, to operate a restaurant with sit-down and takeout service and allowing alcohol to be sold.
Second?
Any further discussion? And again, we'll note that late night operation on the weekends is not an issue in the zone, so. Okay, hearing and seeing no further comments, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Next up, we have special use permit application number 2024-013 Shake Shack, 911 Jefferson Road LLC, 245 Clay Road, also known as 911 Jefferson Road, to modify the previously approved special use permit number 2023-002 to now also allow the sale of alcohol and to have bands, DJs, or other similar loud equipment.
Good evening, Evan Gaffel with Costage Engineering, representing Shake Shack. I believe online, I also have a Shake Shack representative, Nicholas Bolio.
What was your first name again? I missed it.
Evan.
Thank you.
Yep. Excuse me. So we were in last year and we got the special use permits for the drive-through, the sit down and the outdoor seating. And now Shake Shack would like to modify that for the sale of alcohol and possible live music.
Okay. I don't know, questions?
I got some questions, one, that's an awful small building. Probably this is for the representative. Where are you gonna fit a bands in there?
So we just put that on the checklist. There is no, they don't anticipate doing any bands or live music at the time. I think it's for the future, to have with the property.
With those,
I'm sorry.
sorry, you go ahead.
But even with even in the future, it's still a small, I mean, that's.
Right, I don't-
And do they plan, it would be indoor, all the live music would be indoors, right?
Correct. If
Okay, I
they,
didn't know if they had a patio outside, so.
they do have the
I
patio.
think more than a
but
band, you'd be talking about like a single guitarist or something. like that
Something
at best.
smaller scale,
Okay.
much smaller.
So you have a plan to have a DJ there?
No plans yet, no.
No plan.
Again, it was just to check the box. We were here once, we're back again, so we're just trying to.
Just to
cover-
be clear, bands, DJs, or similar loud equipment is one checkbox.
Do you have any other establishments that have this going on right now?
No,
Do you have any other establishments that sell alcohol? I see on the New York State list, you got several applications out there.
They do.
Down in New York, but
I don't know the status of it. Would have to ask,
currently are selling alcohol.
we'd have to ask Nicholas.
He's muted if he's talking.
Hello, council. Pleasure to be here. We do have a significant amount of alcohol licenses throughout New York City and throughout the continental US. So what was the specific question?
I was just wondering I didn't know if you had current restaurants that sold alcohol or not.
Yes.
Okay. And do those restaurants in New York State all have drive-throughs?
No, so this is our first drive-through. We're very excited to come to the Henrietta, Rochester area. We see a lot of great potential and we want to be part of the community. But definitely our first drive-through in New York.
You're aware that if, according to the alcohol board, you need to sell food if you're selling alcohol through the drive-through window.
Absolutely.
Okay.
One question I have, are the patrons going to be allowed to take alcohol away from the premises, walking away out of the building?
So I'll defer to our outside counsel. I believe she is handling, she's on the telephone. I don't know if we can unmute her through that.
Hi, my name is Martha Rado. I'm with Bernstein, Rado, and Civitsky in the city, and we're handling the liquor license application for Shake Shack at this location. The application for this location has not yet been filed. It will be going out shortly. It's for a beer wine license only, and the beer and sealed glasses of wine can go with a food order under the new, regulations after COVID with alcohol to go service permitted, but only with a food order.
So Martha, my question is, will a patron be able to walk out of the building with alcohol after buying it?
Not open, if that's what you're asking. If they come in and order a, a hamburger and a shake or a hamburger and a beer to go, they can leave and take it home with them. Yes,
Okay.
they
So
can
it's
do it to
not
go, but it would be a closed alcohol, a closed can or bottle of beer. It cannot be open.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mike had the one I wanted.
Okay. They, give me, never mind. I was gonna. Go ahead, Rick.
Any others? So anybody from the audience who would like to ask any questions?
I do have one more. Is there gonna be a bar inside or just a cooler, with the beer and wine in?
Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it usually works is you order at the counter and you get it from the counter, so there's not a cooler per se with it, but there's not a bar. The bar, in effect, is the counter where I place my order for my food and my beverages.
In the bar.
Yeah.
Not publicly accessible cooler, but.
Right. I didn't know. I was
We're
referring.
not having taps.
Yeah.
I think it's the question. Yes.
Yeah, we do everything in cans now. There will be no counter service where a guest can sit at a physical bar and order from like a bartender. That's not in our way we do business. So no service bar or physical bartender bar.
Right. Thank you.
Nick, would this be extended to the throughway operations? The alcohol?
What do you mean by throughway?
There are Shake Shacks on our throughways.
I think he's asking about at the rest areas. It's as an aside because it obviously doesn't weigh into this. I think it's just from a curiosity standpoint.
So if I understand correctly, the throughways are like service areas on the freeways. Those are all third-party franchisees. So they don't typically do alcohol. Usually just any corporately owned Shake Shack will do apply for a beer and wine license.
Thanks, Nick.
I wouldn't be surprised if New York State Thruway doesn't allow alcohol.
That's what I was.
Right.
I hope that's the case
Yeah, right.
anyway.
I was, I'm also a little concerned, and you don't plan on having bands right now, but there is a hotel right across the street. I know it's zoned and it does, for that, but I am concerned about, and there's a Clayton Apartments are less than a quarter of a mile as a crow flies. So I am kind of, if there was real loud music.
I can give you a rest assured that that's not Shake Shack's model. I don't believe any of the 500 locations that we currently have do any type of live music. So that's coming directly from Shake Shack. That's not really what we do.
Okay, thank you.
We can, when we move this, let's add that no late night loud entertainment. Good idea. I saw someone with their hand raised in the back, still.
Sandy Lehman, 41 Wallman Drive. I came into this discussion late, but I am wondering, did they legalize drinking and driving in New York State? Did I miss it?
No,
Okay, thank you very much.
no. It's just that's goes back to the point that they're supposed to be closed containers so that you can pick up your take home, take it home and have the beer, whatever your destination is. Okay, any other questions, comments? Then hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing for special use permit application number 2024-013. Yeah, I'm gonna do the resident. You have it. Sorry. Actually, I've got enough. I could probably do it now.
That's the wrong one. I couldn't find it.
Sorry about this. No problem. Fellow board members, I have resolution 9-142, 2024 to approve special use permit application number 2024-013 for Shake Shack. Sorry. Thank you. Fellow board members, I have resolution 9-142, 2024 to approve special use permit application number 2024-013 for Shake Shack by 911 Jefferson Road LLC to modify the existing special use permit to allow alcohol to be sold and to allow bands, DJs, or similar loud music or entertainment at the restaurant. I'm going to read the new approvals. That 1 for sit down meal service, 2 for takeout meal service, 3 for outdoor seating, 4 for drive-through service, 5 for alcohol to be served, and 6 for bands, DJs, or other similar loud equipment, but not excluding late at night. I'm just going to add that to the end of it. So that's how I'm moving it forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, what does that mean, 9 at night? What does that mean?
Typically 9 o'clock, so quiet hours. Okay?
Yeah. Get up to the microphone.
No, we gotta wait. Okay. Further comment?
I was just wondering, because I haven't checked, what is the noise ordinance when it comes to noise in the town? Is it 9?
9 PM typically for construction, for loud noises, it's 9 PM to 7 AM, I think is a prohibition.
Okay, that's especially important if I have the roof done. I don't want to wake people up with all that noise at 7 AM. Okay.
Any further comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Can I quickly, before I call the roll, just clarify this number 6 is gonna say for bands, DJs, or similar loud equipment, but excluding late at night?
Yeah, why don't we just put, do we want to say late at night, or do we want to say excluding during, quiet hours? Or excluding, instead of late at night, do you want to say 9 PM to
9
7 AM?
Yeah, put a number.
So just put excluding 9 PM to 7 AM.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I will now call the roll. Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, do they have a target opening date yet? Or at least month?
Yeah, we're getting there.
Nicholas, I think.
Nicholas, you're muted if you answered.
Give me 1 second. I can pull that up for you. Let's see. Mm. 1490, 149 there.
I know there's a lot of people anxiously awaiting.
I'm excited for that. We are so excited to come. Let's see. So currently we are targeting sometime in July if everything goes correctly and there's no delays. About mid-July.
Okay, if you reach out to me at supervisor@henrietta.org, I can put you in touch with the Henrietta Chamber of Commerce to help with the organization of a grand opening. They've got the ribbon and giant scissors and that kind of stuff.
We love all that. It's our new market, so we can't wait to come.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a public hearing for the proposed local law to amend the official zoning map of the town of Henrietta to rezone approximately 600 acres of land located along Brooks Road from East River Road to west of West Henrietta Road from residential R115 to rural residential with specifics and to codify conditions, specifics imposed upon said parcels. So as I see a lot of my neighbors out here, just as a point of order, I live on Brooks Road. Brooks Road, if you've never been on it, is actually a rather rural road. It has a number of working farms. It has a lot of agricultural district in it. It really is more akin to the rural residential than it is to residential R115, which is your normal high density subdivisions. And so based on some previous discussions, there's a number of things that were motivating factors for this change, including a couple farms that would like to implement some of the stuff in the farmland protection plan, but some of those are only currently contained in rural residential. And one of those specifically is with regards to a auxiliary farm income from solar panels. One of the, there's a lot of people who say, well, why do you have solar panels in farmland protection? And the answer is simple. In today's agricultural market, small farms have a tough time making a go of it. And so they need additional revenue often in order to stay financially sound. And so under the rules, they can convert up to 1/4 of their acreage to solar panels and keep the farm active. While those solar panels are there, they cannot use the land for anything other than a farm. Obviously, if there's a residence on the farm, that's you still get to live there. But the other thing, there was a potential proposal to build a subdivision on one of the parcels on the East River Road side of the street, which again, if you've never driven on Brooks Road, it is a very narrow road, one of the narrowest in town. It has no shoulders, no sidewalks. It is not well suited for traffic. And so there was a lot of fear that a subdivision located there would be problematic. That would not be a new subdivision, certainly not a high density subdivision, would be not allowed under rural residential. In discussing with the current owner, one of the things is they could opt out and not participate in the rezone. And so one of the things we looked at is they came to us with some ideas as to what they could do that would be low impact, low traffic impact, but nowhere it's one of the uses is a battery storage facility. And so the idea is that you have these large scale batteries that pull power off of the grid at night when there's plenty of excess power available, and put it back on the day during the day when there is a much higher demand for power. When you get to smart metering in the not too distant future, like you see in most states with smart metering, there will be a differential rate. Electricity will be cheaper at night and more expensive in the day. So they can pull it off when it's cheap, put it back on when it's more expensive, and make money on the arbitrage. So the advantage of that is if you have one person visiting a day, that's a lot. So it's low impact. Obviously, there would be some visual impact. Some of that can be mitigated with berms and landscaping and stuff like that. But so when we get into the specifics, that's one of the specifics there. The other thing I will note is we had a specific with regards to senior housing, because that is an allowed use in rural residential. Because again of the nature of Brooks Road itself, which is narrow, no shoulders, no sidewalks, and hilly. We basically said any senior housing in this zone cannot have an entrance or exit to Brooks Road. So it could have an entrance or exit out to West Henrietta Road. It could have an entrance or exit out to East River Road, but not to Brooks Road, because again, the road would not be able to handle the traffic safely. So that's what we're looking at. I will note, we will not be making a decision at this meeting. We like to get all the feedback and then sit on it for a meeting to make a fully informed decision. So tonight is largely for gathering feedback. So with that said, I don't know if any of the town board members have any comments.
No.
Okay, then I will open it up to residents.
I've been living at Brooks Road for 720 Brooks Road for 30+ years. Number one, who are the people that want to give up their property to make this happen? Who are the farmers that own this land that you want to change over? Number one, you already know, because Steve, you live on this road. The freaking traffic on there is unbelievable. And I already said that, I should say, you already reiterated what you said, that the traffic is an outlandish thing. So who are the farmers that want to give up this land? Number one, that you want to build on?
I don't know what you want me to want to build on.
You just said that you have an opportunity to put solar farms on this land. Who is willing to give up that land? Who are the farmers that want to give that up?
Ruckow, Stables.
That's
They're not
only
giving-
one, that's only one person. We're talking thousands of acres on this land.
That was 600.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's so much land between us and Lehigh Station. I want to know who these people are that want to transform their land they've owned for generations.
The only application that I've seen to date is Ruckow Stables. And it's not even fully an application. We'll call it pre-application. And the thing is that they are struggling to keep that farm alive. And they have been approached, and I know this, they have been approached by developers to put in a subdivision. Now, at that point, when they were first approached, it was going to connect up to Chelsea Meadows. Essentially, Chelsea Meadows, which is north of them, was going to extend all the way down into their property. Do they want to do that? No, but this is the whole idea of why they are interested in solar panels, is so that they can keep the farm alive.
Okay, so next question then. What's the reason that you want to rezone it? What's the advantage for the people on Brooks Road? Why do you want to rezone it? What does that give the people on Brooks Road? A faith of, a lot of us have been there a long time.
Absolutely.
So what's the advantage of rezoning?
So one of the things it does, if you're against development, in R115, I only need 15,000 square feet to create a new parcel. So if I have a 30,000, if I have a 1 acre property, I can create 4 or 5 parcels on that. Under rural residential, it's a minimum, if you have water and sewer, of 2 acres per parcel. So it basically shuts down future subdivisions is what it does.
Okay, so bottom line is, why do we want another subdivision over there? We got enough in Riverton that is causing havoc on our road.
Who says we want it? Property owners have rights to build according to the zoning district. And so if somebody owns, so right now, today, the folks who own the large, 60 acres at the end of the road, they could put legally, and we couldn't stop them, put 120 houses on that property legally. And maybe more. I don't remember what the final number. I think it's more than that.
So what does that leave the residential people that have houses on that land? What can we do to stop that?
On which land?
Doesn't matter how much land. We're part of that residential property.
Please settle down. You're part of which residential? You don't own that property. They do.
I own that property.
You own the property on the.
I own the property that I live at.
On where?
That he lives at.
Oh, I know that. They're not looking to subdivide your property. They're looking to subdivide their property. They have a legal right. Everybody, all property owners have a legal right to develop your property within the confines of the zoning rules. And right now, under R115 rules, which it currently is, that includes the ability to subdivide at, again, the R115 rules, which is the minimum lot size is 15,000 square feet, which isn't a whole lot, right? That's less than 1/4 of an acre. And so right now, in fact, there was an application in to subdivide that parcel. It's on the north side, right up against where East River Road and Brooks Road meet.
Gotcha.
And they wanted to put in a subdivision there. And basically, one of the things we said is, there were a lot of people upset about that. We had a public meeting or a neighborhood meeting. It wasn't a public hearing, it was a neighborhood meeting. And a lot of residents were upset about it. And so we spoke with the developers and tried to convince them to look at alternatives. And I will say the developers are, they do a lot of work in Henrietta. They try to partner as much as they can. And so they went out and found some alternatives that would be more amenable to what we're looking to do. However, those uses are not allowed in an R115. You can't have in a residential, in an R115 site, can't have large scale solar. I can't have battery storage. I can't have these other uses that, even though they're low impact, they're not allowed there. And so by rezoning it, you've basically taken away that ability to do the 100+ houses in exchange for the ability to put in solar or battery storage. So that's a trade-off. And I was talking with someone who's directly across from it just earlier today. I get it that there's potentially some visual impact, and that's one of the things we talked about. Is one of the things in terms of that, because it's an industrial use, there is a 100 or I think 150-foot buffer they have to have around there. So you can put in that visual buffer. And again, the idea is for that one, they've already talked about, they would have the exit go out to East River Road. So there wouldn't even be an exit onto Brooks Road. And there would be much better in terms of decreasing the impact to everybody else who lives on Brooks Road. But today, right now, if we do nothing, they have the ability to put the to build a subdivision on that property. And I will tell you, if we were to, first off, they don't need a special use permit. It's an allowed use. If there were any way we tried to block it, we would lose all day for arbitrary and capricious. They'd win in court all day long. So the whole idea of this is to try to preserve the rural nature of the neighborhood. That's the reason years ago they created the rural residential district, was to try to preserve the rural nature of our district and to preserve agricultural use. And so in 2018, it was actually adopted in January of 2019, maybe February of 2019, but all through 2018, my first year, and actually our first years in office, Rick was there and Scott Adair. We spent countless hours putting together the long-term, the comprehensive land use plan, putting in adoptions for the farmland protection, put in this ability to help preserve, to make these farms sustainable. Because again, in today's agricultural market, it's a lot of farmlands are tough to go on. And I'll point out, where I built my house used to be 8 acres of a hayfield.
Of nothing. I go.
Right. So, it does happen. And this now, because that's 8 acres, it would still be allowed. But the point is, you couldn't have taken that today, you could have taken that 8 acres and put, 8 or well, I guess it would be close to 30 houses on it, which of course would overload the road, which is what we're trying to avoid.
So what you're telling me is that one farmer is willing to sell out. We got acres of farmland behind my house right now, and you're telling me only one person has come forward to reestablish that land?
No, I'm telling you that it's not a farmer who owns the 60 acres. It's not a farmer. That land has already been sold. It's owned by a developer. Jane's Riverview, I believe, is the owner of the property. And they've developed, they're doing Foxfield, they're doing some development on Lehigh Station Road. They've done a lot of really nice residential neighborhoods in town. And they bought that land with the idea that they would do that development there. But when we brought that up at a neighborhood meeting, there was a lot of pushback on it, and understandably so, because again, anyone who's driven down our road knows it's not a safe road. And so in response to that, we started this process.
Okay, so in the future, if this passes, What does that give the residents on Brooks Road? You're telling me you don't want any development, and we already know that traffic on there is horrendous because of Riverton. Everybody uses Brooks Road as a cut through. I'm only speaking for myself because I can't tell you how many times people are going down 50 miles an hour. It's incredible. And I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to stop the progress of neighborhoods. I get that. But other establishments that you're talking about, how does that eliminate the process of bringing trucks and all these heavy artillery into our neighborhoods and tearing down our fields that are right now forever wild?
Well, there's no forever wild fields in our neighborhood, but in terms of, again, there's no industrial use allowed there other than those ones specifically stated. The arrays and the battery storage. Those are the only two, no other industrial use. And so now during the construction, would there be some trucks that would have to bring in solar panels? Absolutely. I will say every day I come by, I see trucks. Now usually they're Amazon trucks, UPS trucks, garbage trucks. But once those are built, there would be no further trucks. They're not, it's not like it's a factory where they're shipping. There's none of that. These uses are passive uses. Again, solar panels and just battery storage. They just sit there and supply power to the what do you call it? The distribution network, to the grid. Thank you.
Okay, so on another note, I'm only speaking, what I feel.
Yep.
Environmentally, abandoned storage. I'm not sure what that impacts with the environment, the land and all that water. We got a creek going through the fields there. How does that impact us?
So in the property where the only property that would allow it, it's just that one property. And again, someone will say, well, why are you allowing that? Because without it, they won't participate, in which case it's still allowed that they could have the 100+ houses built there. Right. So if, when they bought that, they made an investment in that property when they bought it with the idea that, oh, we're going to make money off of this by developing it. So the idea is if you don't want them to develop it, you have to come up with an alternative. And again, to their credit, they listened to us. They listened to the residents. They went out and found some folks who are trying something new. As far as the environmental impact of the batteries, they would absolutely have to pass a state environmental quality review before anything could go in there. It wouldn't be part of this zoning. It would be part of if they ever apply to do that. It's the same thing, so like that one's new, so I can't really address that, but I'll use solar panels because we have done previous solar panel. So one of the things that you learn is solar panels don't leach into the field or have any issues unless they cease to operate. And then they can start to break down. And so one of the things we put on the regulation on their special use permit is they have to put in it can be a maintenance bond or a letter of credit, or they can put in a escrow that essentially pays to have the field decommissioned. So if they ever go out of business, they are removed so that they don't deteriorate and cause issues. We don't allow them to be cemented into the ground. They either have to be pole driven or augered. They're required to put in nitrogen fixers or other wild cover that is going to help restore the soil. I wouldn't even say restore the soil, help add nutrients to the soil for future farming if and when those panels come out. And so, from an environmental standpoint for that particular use, that's an example that we looked at all that for the solar arrays, and that's what we're looking to do. I will note that the farmer who has talked about wanting to do the solar panel, are talking about continuing to operate their farm. This is on the portion of the farm that they don't currently use. It's the empty fields to the north, closest to the high voltage utility lines.
Does the property you're referring to go all the way to Lehigh Station? You're talking East River Road to West Henrietta Road from Brooks Road, how far north?
Well, so I'm talking two different properties. The first None of these properties go to Lehigh Station, no. None of them cross, there's basically a lot line you can see the pink. So the pink is what's being rezoned. Lehigh Station Road is the next road at the very top of the map, so.
You're
But
talking substation over to Brooks Road, from East River Road to Western River Road.
yeah, it doesn't quite include West Henrietta Road because those properties are already zoned commercial. We're not rezoning the commercial properties, so you see that little portion right up against West Henrietta Road that's not part of the rezone. That's because they're already not R115. They're actually zoned commercial.
So I'm gonna ask you point blank. I live close to West Henrietta Road. Has the Krenzer or Meisenthal family come forward with this application?
No. No, like I said, the only ones who've come forward is Ruckow. There has been some rumors that the Irish Rose Stables wants to do a party barn. But there's been no application for that. Nor would I say we would approve that, but
Can I?
that's the only, well, plus the stuff I've already discussed with regards to that parcel that's all the way on the west end.
Okay, last question.
Mhm.
I'm probably boring everybody to death.
No, not at all.
Bottom line is, what does this do for the people in Henrietta? What does this do for taxes? What's the advantage or not doing it or doing it?
So it doesn't affect your taxes at all because your properties are taxed on their current use. I won't say at all. If you've got a large empty field, there's a possibility it could lower the assessment some because if a field is, if there is a use, so you've got a house, and I don't know if our assessor is currently listening and she could correct me where I stray because I'm not an expert on assessment, but so, you know, if you've got the property and your house on it, that's a residential use. Your land is zoned as residential land, okay? If the land is empty, not currently being used, as I understand it, it's zoned for its best possible value. And so if it's in a residential district, it's residential land. If it's rural residential, because you have less potential future development rights there, I think it actually lowers the assessment, but I can't promise that. Again, I'm not an assessor. In terms of for the whole of Henrietta, you can argue that just like with the rural residential south of the thruway, one could argue that obviously if you turned it all industrial land, it would lower our tax bases more, but at what cost, right? So if we were to rezone this to rural residential, it would reduce the future potential tax base. But it's not reducing the current tax base, but my point is, again, if they were ever to redevelop that as 120 new homes, obviously that's worth a lot more than an empty field, right? The advantage to the town, though, is in the 2011 update to the comprehensive land use plan, they put out a survey to all the residents in the town. And two of the top answers were try to preserve open space and try to preserve our agricultural heritage. So that's where the farmland protection plan came from. That's where some of the incentive zoning that we put in place. And in 2011, that's where the rural residential district came from, was to try to achieve those goals. So to the rest of the town, there is an importance to preserving open space, preserving farmlands. And that's what we're trying to do by preventing this from turning into this currently agricultural area, turning into just another neighborhood. Because let's face it, every single neighborhood out there was once a farm, right? So we've lost a whole lot of farms and they're trying to slow down that growth.
Steve, you have a question. How much of the 600 acres is R115?
All of that 600 is.
So I've been here 55 years. Henrietta's growing at a rate, I mean, it's incredible. Any land that's R115, whether the person owns it now or they pass away and they sell it, which most of the time happens, it'll end up in a housing development. So this was a public hearing to say this 600 acres, these are the options that we have. We haven't made any decisions. We're just asking the people that live there and who are impacted the most by it, because you can see it right from your windows of your homes. this is the situation. If it's R115, it will be developed as every other piece, and the board has no choice. All we can do is send it to the planning board and say, these are the rules you have to follow. These are the number of homes that you can put on. And if you're talking about traffic, I can't think of anything more than a housing development of 150, 200, 600 acres. You know how many houses they could put if they used half of it? But this is an idea where if it was zone rural residential, these are the things they can do. These are the things they can't do. These are some of the suggestions, the solar arrays or the battery storage, which once they're built, have no traffic at all, except maybe one person coming in to check switches and things. And we just wanted to know what the people who live in that neighborhood thought about. There's no decisions are made. This is information sharing. And we really depend on what you say as neighbors that are right there.
But can't your board, when something comes up and a developer comes in and says, I want to develop this 50 acres, whatever the heck it is, and I want to build houses, don't you have the say? You don't have the say to say no?
We do. It's called zoning, and you do it by rezoning the property to rural residential.
Okay, so how did RIT build on East River Road, all those freaking townhomes and apartments? How did they get passed?
It wasn't RIT who built them. Those were allowed uses there. That's the issue. Those are allowed uses there.
They're allowed uses, but who voted on that to pass that? You guys on the board, right?
Some passed board. In terms of approving the SUP, so just so you understand, again, if we turn down an SUP because we don't like it, if it follows all the rules and we turn it down because we don't like it, it's referred to as arbitrary and capricious. They go to court and they win. And that's been evidenced by cases in the past. It happens all the time, not just in Henrietta, all over the place, right? This board is very aware of it and we try to follow the rules. Now, one of the things you can do is get out ahead of it and change the zoning rules where you see that there's future potential issues. And that's what we're trying to do here. As we see this as an area that really can't support R115 development. It's been R115 development forever. And just so you understand, no one ever zoned this area R115. What happened when zoning first came about, the way if you read the zoning rules, the entire town is R115 unless designated as some other district. So you won't find in the book, this area was zoned R115. I should be careful. It's possible sometimes something was rezoned one thing and was rezoned back, but by default, everything's R115. So that's how this came to be. It's just what was there for years and years. And to be honest, our area is hilly, so it's not necessarily the best location so that's why other areas, the flatter areas, were all developed first. Well, now those flatter areas are running out. And so developers are setting their eyes on other locations, right? And oh, by the way, they've been doing the land along the river, right? You see, all the stuff south of Riverton and even north of Riverton and Foxfield. And well, those are starting to run out, right? And so now they're setting their sights for other locations. And if you don't start to shut some of the ones that can't support it down, they'll buy the land and have a right to develop it. And once they do that, right, we can't be reactionary. You can't basically, someone's put an application and say, nope, we're going to shut it down. You have to be out ahead of it. Now we're not being arbitrary and capricious. We're setting the rules for everybody, right? The issue is if one developer comes in, it'd be sort of like in the example I always use, it's not a perfect example, but if we said to you, you know what, when you're ready to move out of your house, you can't sell it as a house. You have to leave it open field. You'd feel violated. We've just taken away your property rights. That's what we would be doing to somebody who bought that property to develop it as a subdivision. And now we suddenly say, sorry, you can't do that. Even though at the time they bought it, it was within the rules. So again, fortunately, the owners of that property, and I will be honest, I don't have 100%. They haven't said 100% that they're in on this. One of the representatives is here tonight. But, one of the things is we need them to be involved because basically if you're opposed to the can we force you to rezone even if you don't? I suspect you can do it under eminent domain. I don't even want to get into that, but we try not to force people into rezones, you know, so like we're doing a rezone on Middle Road. There was 5 houses. We allowed them to choose whether they were in or out. But again, because there was already an application in for that property for the individual houses, even if we forced a rezone, because it predated, he'd have a pre-existing non-conforming use, he'd still be able to do the subdivision. So we're just trying to come up with a means to minimize that impact, because as you said, the road has trouble supporting the traffic it gets today. If we were to double or triple the number of homes on that road, it would be a disaster. I'd be afraid. I know some of my neighbors walk the road with their dogs. That would not be recommended. So. Please don't talk away from the mic. If you want to talk next, you can come on up. So can we give if you got some additional questions, you can
I'm
come
good.
back.
Here's the thing though, the last thing, even though I said it before, even if I walk away from here, you still have the rights to overthrow whatever the vote is on our road, and you're part of it.
Overthrow what vote?
Well, the way I understood it when I got the letter, this is what we recommend. You can voice your opinion. That's why I'm here.
Right.
Because I love what I have on my road. But even if I'm against it, we can still get overthrown by your vote.
Overthrown's a strong word, but basically to do it, 50% of the homeowners had to approve, and they did. And now under New York State law, it's not the numbers of houses, it goes by value of the properties. So you add up all the assessed values, those who approved, those who denied, it's over 50% of the homeowners. So it's majority rules. That's how our country has always worked.
So you're telling me this vote has already been established? You just told me so. You just told me that they voted okay. Let's go through with this.
That's not what I said. We passed to every homeowner an ability to respond yes or no. And 50% of the homeowners said yes. That's what I'm telling you. The town board has not voted. You look on the agenda, there's no resolution for this at all. But the homeowners, 50% of the homeowners have said yes. Without that, we couldn't even put it forward. You need 50% of the parcels involved in the district in order to rezone. And the homeowners, your neighbors, have said yes. Not all of them, but the majority of them.
But this would reduce the number of potential homes there.
Correct.
It wouldn't increase it. It would reduce it dramatically.
Right.
And that's, I mean.
And I understand
Right.
that totally.
Right.
I get that. It's just that we're so worried. Everybody on Brooks Road is so worried about the traffic. It just since I've been there in 35 plus years, it's horrendous. Ever since Riverton has been built up as big as it has south of Riverton.
To be honest, I'm not sure how much of it is Riverton, because if you're Riverton or south, you can go out Thruway Drive. I suspect.
And you can, but you know what? The bottom line is it's 30 miles an hour there and the cops are there every day. And I can tell you sitting there because I'm retired
Let
now.
me finish.
No, I got the floor right now. The thing is.
Okay, you're done. You've had enough talk. Please sit down.
No, I'm not done.
Yes.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not done. Because I sit there day in and day out and watch the people go up and down our road at 55 miles an hour. And I'm telling you, it's outrageous. It's not fair. And Steve, I reached out to you and I want a monitor put out there.
I think we do have patrol on your street.
We
have patrol on that
I
road.
live on a side street off of Jefferson Road.
have a
I
resident
can
who's
tell you,
being
or off,
unruly.
I'm sorry, off of Witten Road, and I can tell you they speed down every street in this town. And and it's not right, but they do it. And it's unfortunate. And I agree with you 100%. Anytime I'm on a Brooks Road, that is a tough road.
Sir,
It's narrow.
You've had plenty of time to speak. Please allow some of your other neighborhoods to speak.
Okay,
Please step
I
down.
hope
Thank you.
everybody just chimes in. Because we need more.
No, the thing I was just trying to say is that the idea of this will reduce traffic, not increase it. Okay. Great, thank you.
This is just a quick question. Becky Richards, I live at 183 Brooks Road, lived there my entire life. My question is that you had mentioned something about senior citizen housing possibly. I was just wondering if this was going to be single homes, or is it going to be like a villa type thing, or is it going to be apartments or?
There's currently no application for that. It is an allowed use in rural residential. We put some restrictions on it in this district so that it couldn't just pop up anywhere.
Do you know how many units or anything that would be? And it would just be exiting on East River Road then, and not on Brooks Road
Correct.
also?
Yeah.
Okay,
And the thing I've noticed is that a lot of the traffic that comes down Brooks Road, where I've seen them heading to is Farrell Road Extension. There's a lot of new housing out on Farrell Road Extension, and that's where I see a lot of the residents going.
right. Would they be putting, do you know if they'd be putting like sewer in there so they could have more, closer units?
So that particular property at the far west end at East River Road does have the ability to connect to sewer up on Lehigh Station Road. In a lot of the parts of, as most of the people who live, there's sewer near West Henrietta Road. The rest of the road doesn't have sewer. There aren't a whole lot of opportunities for there to be sewer connected.
Right,
So
'cause I think there
don't
wasn't there
envision it.
something with 5 acres if there was,
Yeah, so it's basically if you, under rural residential, the minimum lot size, if I don't have sewer or water, or I'm in an agricultural district, I think is how the rule goes. I'm not 100% certain, but it's 5 acres. So
Right.
that means one house for every 5 acres.
right,
If I have water, sewer, and I'm not in an agricultural district, it's one house for every 2 acres. Under R115, it's one house for every 1,500 square feet.
but they
An
haven't,
acre is over 64,000 square feet, so you can get, or something.
okay. So that was just a,
46, I would get that mixed up. I'm dyslexic.
I think it was 4 acres.
It's over 4 units per acre in R115.
so the senior citizen housing was just a suggestion. There wasn't any,
No, it's not a suggestion. It's an allowed use in rural residential.
oh, okay,
So because of that, we wanted to get out ahead of it. We didn't want someone to show up and say,
right,
oh, I want to turn, so I'm going to knock my house down and build a senior citizen or turn my house into senior
Yeah.
citizen housing. That it would prevent me from doing that.
okay. One last question, is at one point, we were talking about putting shoulders on the road or sidewalks or something. Is that been tabled?
It's a county road. And their projects they're out, I don't know, 4 to 5 years. So yeah, no,
Nothing in the,
not unless
immediate.
we can somehow come up with the money for it.
well, don't ever do that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Others? Were you just leaning forward? Is there anyone else who wishes to comment? Come on up.
I'm Mike Kazakowicz. I live on Thames Road, which is off of the Chelsea Meadows section. And my property backs up to the area that is being discussed tonight. And anything that is likely to keep it similar to what it is now, I'm in favor of, because it's very quiet. I was looking through your paperwork for things like the environmental impact and what kind of animals. And one of the animals you left off of that was birds. And I can tell you, I spent a lot of time looking at birds, and I identified more than 20 species in my backyard today. The more residential you make it, the more houses you bring in, the more you're going to be driving these animals out. I mean, I had a fox running through the backyard a couple of days ago. So anything you can do that's going to keep it like it is now, I'm in favor of.
And that's what we're trying to do. And
Right.
I have multiple fox families living in my backyard. Across the street from me, it's interesting. I don't know if other areas have noticed it. Where I live, south of the Brooks Road seems to be fox territory. North of Brooks Road seems to be coyote territory. My father-in-law lives across the street and you can hear the coyotes howling all the time. But in our backyard, it's mostly fox coming up. And, well, and bunnies. We have a lot of bunnies, which is probably why we have a lot of fox.
A lot of fox.
Well, and field mice. We have a ton of field mice too.
Hi, I'm Molly Berm. I've been at 402 Brooks Road since 2022. We love it there. Just echoing what the gentleman before me said. Yeah, I grew up in a very rural area and it's perfect, Brooks Road, the way it is. So keeping it the way it is would be great. My two concerns are, I guess, just in preparation for if there is a battery storage unit somewhere located off of Brooks Road, would we get any information prior to its development and installation on the safety of it? I just know batteries in general can be volatile, and I just wanted to know if there would be a study done about that prior to its installation.
Sure, yeah. So as far as who would get notification, if I had to guess, we would probably go to the railroad tracks since it's all the way.
Yeah,
up
we're
the
right by
river.
the railroad tracks
Yeah,
and
so.
the whole electric area.
Right, so, but in terms of that, to my understanding, the way they're set up is they are in container units, so they are contained.
Yeah.
I don't know that I don't know for certain, because again, it's quite new. I don't know if they are.
Yeah, I just want to know if there would
I don't
be,
know if they're.
yeah, if I just want to know if there would be some information released or a study done prior to its development, just so we could know what we're getting ourselves
Absolutely.
into.
And one of the things is, with stuff like that, typically, the DEC gets involved with something of that scale.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, just having information is all
Yep.
I want. The other, not necessarily concerned, I know they're in talks, Irish Rose Stables becoming a wedding venue. I mean, that sounds beautiful and all, but if we're talking about increased traffic, let alone drunk driving along Brooks Road, I do have a concern. And I know that we haven't crossed that bridge.
We haven't. And
However,
right.
just something to think about when.
One of the things that might be interesting with it regards to that is if they really want to pursue that route, could they work out a deal with the neighbor to have the exit go out to East River Road instead of out to Brooks Road?
Right, yeah.
Don't know. But again, they've not made an application. I've really actually heard that from the rumor mill more than from them.
Yeah.
I know they did use their barn for their wedding.
Mhm.
And so I don't know if they truly are interested in doing a wedding barn or whether it's just speculation because they
They have
had
the
a wedding at
space
a
and they
barn.
have the,
Right.
so yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
I
good
I
use.
don't know. No one from Irish Rose Stable has come to me and said, hey, we're considering a wedding barn.
It's always push-pull because you want the farmers to do the best that they can with
Right.
what they have. You want agriculture to flourish and you
Absolutely.
want
But the traffic, again, with
Yeah.
regards to that, the traffic is the biggest issue. And so one of the things, just so people understand too, from a special use permit, people look at the approval rate of special use permits. The purpose of a special use permit is not to deny an application. It's to say, here are the issues with the location. Here's what you have to mitigate in order to get approval.
Right.
If they're able to do that, so for instance, if we say you can't put a certain amount, more than a certain amount of traffic onto the road based off of a traffic study, then they would have to figure out how to mitigate that. So maybe that means shrinking the size of the wedding barn. Maybe that means an alternate road out to East Henrietta Road.
Mhm.
If they're unable or unwilling to mitigate it, then we deny it.
Right.
But, and we just had this with another development where they came back 4 times because each time, we basically said, well, here's some of the issues. And they try to resolve some of those. And there were still other, their solution created other issues. And it just took 4 iterations before they finally got something that overcame all of the issues raised. So, again, they haven't approached us. If they did approach us, there's no question we would bring up the traffic issue.
Okay.
But like I said, I've not heard that.
Okay.
So
That's it. Thank you guys for your time.
thank you.
Thank you.
Were there other people who wish to speak? Is there anyone online? Oh, go ahead, coming up.
I'm sorry to be so vocal tonight.
No problem.
After I say this, I'm leaving. So yeah, right. Good notes. My name is Sandy Lehman, 41 Wallman Drive. I've listened to your argument about the rezoning. And one of the dynamics that I find is I live on Wallman Drive. It connects Authors Avenue with Nevins Road. Behind me are the high tension wires and some flat land and the throughway. And a subdivision was approved there. Authors Avenue is a 2-lane in and out. Nevins is in and out. They're going 50 miles an hour up Nevins Road, swinging onto Wallman. There's people walking. There's people walking their dogs. There's people walking their kids. And that was not a consideration when that subdivision was approved.
It was absolutely a consideration. But this goes back to, from a zoning standpoint, they have a right to build that subdivision. And so we talked.
Which right now they still have a right to build a subdivision off of Brooks Road.
Correct.
And
they do.
I want to say this up front. I have nothing against solar panels.
Right.
Okay, so that's not my issue. My issue is we need to do some traffic control on Nevins and Authors before that subdivision opens.
And that is a condition of their approval. They actually have to put in speed bumps. They have to add sidewalks to Nevins Road because there is currently
Right,
no
but
sidewalks.
The traffic right now is scary. Okay, so if your concern is the traffic on Brooks Road, and so we should rezone Brooks Road, well, then we need to be concerned about the traffic in all of Henrietta.
It's not just so there's two different traffic issues. One is that the quality of drivers has gone downhill.
That's pretty fair.
Right? And so, unfortunately, in other words, that development isn't built and you're saying, you're seeing issues with regards to speeders. And again, same thing, we're seeing speeders on Brooks Road. That's not the issue. The issue is from a capacity standpoint. When Authors and Nevins were originally designed, that section that they're building now was part of it.
Correct.
And it just wasn't built. Now, they did acquire additional land a little further south, so there's more units there than original. And we did try to find alternate exits. Unfortunately, between New York State DOT and neighboring properties, we were not able to get an exit out elsewhere. So then we basically looked and said to them, well, what do we have to do to mitigate the issues of that traffic coming down the street? So they have to put in speed bumps near the schools. They have to put, including one at the end of Wallman. They have to put crosswalks, they have to put sidewalks down Nevins. They have to put, the stop signs. They have to put in, and if we can get New York State DOT to ever approve it, there will be a traffic light at Authors and Lehigh Station Road to help with the schools folks either dropping off or school buses getting in and out of Authors. So,
well, I just heard, this association with people walking. Well, there's people walking in my subdivision and the people are speeding. So it's a consideration. I understand your concern. Okay. But it's a consideration because now we're zoning 127 acres from residential to industrial. And now we want to change 600 acres to rural residential.
Right. So let me just be clear on that. The 127 acres, probably 100 of those acres are wetlands and can never be developed. So it's a little misleading to say 127 acres.
You just said there were 5 residential houses there.
Correct.
How will rezoning that affect those 5 residential houses?
So what we're doing for those particular houses, anyone who wanted to, and 4 of them took us up on it, we are going to sell them additional land around their houses to create buffers because the town owns that land and isn't using the land around the properties.
And if you give approval, you're going to give approval providing the type of vehicles and the speeds and everything else that go along with it.
You lost me on that one.
Oh, well.
With regards to
I'm leaving now, dear.
Which approval?
You're talking about, I just said on the 127 acres of land located on the east side of Middle Road. So if you're
I'm
going to
not
approve
clear what
that,
you're saying about types of vehicles. There are,
they're going to be
there's
tanker trucks.
Right. So the whole northern half of, all of Middle Road north of Lehigh Station Road is already industrial. And half of it south of Lehigh Station Road to the thruway is already industrial. And so there are already industrial vehicles on that road today.
Okay.
So that doesn't change anything. In terms of the use, the areas, so basically on that one, and again, we're kind of cross-pollinating the approvals here or the hearings here, but on that particular one, again, the town doesn't need to rezone that. We don't, as a municipal organization, we're not bound by those same rules. Because we're doing a public-private partnership, we still arguably are not, but it starts to get in the gray area, and I'd like to, in other words, to me, it's unfair that the town gets to do something that the residents do not.
I think Sandy was being facetious, really alluding to we can't control speeds of cars.
Yeah, I just, I mean, it's just all this rezoning and rezoning and rezoning, and I'm just wondering, where are we gonna wind up when this is all done? That's my
Well,
concern.
so I will note that when I first took office, first thing I did was take off the table the rezoning of, what was it, 400 plus
Yeah.
acres of farmland south of the thruway to industrial lands.
Right.
That's one of the very first actions I took as town supervisor. So,
Well, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
and so, we also had a request to rezone Good Burlet to be R215, which would have allowed multifamily. And again, that road doesn't make sense for it to be, the amount of density they wanted to put in there makes no
Correct,
sense for
correct,
what it
yeah.
would be compared. The issue is, again, I know there's a lot of people on Authors and Nevins and the streets.
I'm just telling you,
connected
I'm
to-
telling you, Mr. Supervisor, that the traffic is scary.
Understand.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the traffic
And
is scary.
we're having
pretty
a new
much.
subdivision and we have people walking and we have people pushing their strollers. The same thing we have on Brooks Road. Okay, and that's
I
my
will tell
concern.
you, I've never seen a stroller on Brooks Road because it would be suicide. You'd be killing your baby.
No?
Stroller on Brooks
So.
No. Yeah,
Sandy, you're
thank
welcome
you.
to,
Good
welcome to
evening.
come by and visit and walk outside in front of my house. You
Yeah, with a stroller.
with
I
a
got it.
stroller.
Okay.
Make sure it's a baby you don't like.
I think one of the
Just
points
joking.
that we talked about with the farmland and them needing other income to kind of produce to keep their farms being viable. We have a farm that has solar arrays, the Remelt Farm. I don't know if you guys know where that is. And you really can't see the solar arrays unless you go down the road and look at them. But one of the benefits of that, for that project, was that the residents were able to tap in and get some benefits from the electricity that's being produced. And maybe that'll happen in the projects that come to Brooks Road. I don't know that to be true, but it might.
In
It might help.
addition, that also allowed that farm to stay farmland.
Yeah.
And they're continuing operating because again, they were having trouble making it go financially. Which it was going all the way back. That's the whole purpose of the farmland protection. I saw a hand raised over here. Coming up.
Come on.
Please come on up.
Across the street from you. 334 Brooks Road, Irene Flood. The last time there was a stroller going down Brooks Road was my granddaughter, and she's 16 now. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't living there 16 years ago, so didn't see it. Thank you. Coming up.
How you doing?
Good.
Hey, Steve.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I lived in Brooks Road 2/3 of my life. Live in the house I grew up in. And when I was a kid, if there was a car an hour, we go, a car, oh my God. We'd ride our skateboards down the middle of the road. And now it's terrible, as you know. I wouldn't let my son ride his bike on the road. And if they build those houses at the end and they put an entrance on East River Road, a vast majority of the cars are going to come speeding down our road. And I don't want that. We fully support the rezoning. I have no problem with solar field. I know battery storage is not an issue. There's very stringent environmental regulations they have to comply with. I'd rather look at that than somebody looking at me on my back porch. So we fully support it and I hope it passes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
would I be able to get your names?
Your name?
Sorry, Mark and Mary Jane DeWitt, 688 Brooks Road.
I've known Mark from Scouts, so he probably didn't feel he needed to introduce himself. to
Yeah,
me.
sorry.
So,
How the boys doing?
good, good. There's four individuals from the troop who are making Eagle this summer, yeah, so. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Hirsch again from 62 Wickland Lane. I just wanted to let the people know, and the board probably is aware of this, that, you know, through 911, if there's a traffic issue, you can request special attention through 911, and they will in fact put a sheriff somewhere around there to monitor the traffic. And if people are in fact being reckless with their driving, that is endangering the community, they will in fact ticket those people as a deterrent that could potentially maybe curb some of that driving behavior.
So the town created a special attention detail to add a deputy to the Monroe County Sheriff's Department to specifically address some of these things. So far the neighborhoods mentioned are on the list. I don't know that Brooks is.
Brooks is.
Brooks is, okay.
Yeah.
It's typically by, you know, again, by request, we get multiple requests from some of the stuff. I will say, unfortunately, the deterrence is short-lived. And basically what happens is when the police car isn't out there anymore, it doesn't take long for speeding to resume. There are, you know, things that they look at, road diets and stuff like that, that in theory slow stuff down. But again, as anyone knows from our street, there are parts where the white line's here, the edge of pavement is here, and it's about a 4-foot drop off into a field. There are a couple trees that have memorials in there where people have hit those trees. You know, it's not a safe road, and yet people still speed on it. So there are some things that do slow folks down, and I guess I can say they don't speed as much as they speed on West Henrietta Road. I've been passed by people doing 80 to 90 on that stretch from Lehigh Station to Brooks. You know, unfortunately, like I said, the quality of driving and the impatience and the lack of attention, people on their phones, distracted motorists of all kinds, unfortunately, it's gotten worse. Again, we have addressed some of the enforcement standpoint, but they can only do so much. It's a large town and there's only so many officers. And oh, by the way, you know, other crimes are up as well. And so, you know, again, that's why we created a special attention detail, is so that they could specifically address what might be lower on their infraction list, for lack of a way to put it, but it's a priority for our residents. And specifically, we were looking at speeding through residential neighborhoods was one of the largest impetus for the creation of that position. So others.
Have there been any fatalities at all, or any type of saving process?
There have been multiple fatalities on Brooks Road.
5 years ago, wasn't a young man killed on Brooks about 5 years ago?
Yeah, and others for years. In fact, I've just lost his name. He lives across that
with a Y.
No, I don't know. I can't think of it, but there was a gentleman killed. Becky, who was on the Historic Site Committee?
Kitty.
What's that?
Kitty?
Kitty, thank you.
Kitty.
I'm pretty sure her husband was killed on Brooks Road. I believe at the railroad crossing. No? Oh, killed motorcycle. Oh, okay. Someone said he was killed by a motorcycle, but not necessarily on a road. Oh, he was on the motorcycle and was struck. Got it. Okay, thank you. Any others? Comments, questions? Okay, so we will be keeping this public hearing open because again, no decisions will be made today. If you have additional comments and want to voice support or opposition, feel free to send them to me at supervisor@henrietta.org, or you can send them to all of us at townboard@henrietta.org, townboard being all one word. And we'll happily review those and go from there. Thank you very much for your participation. I'm gonna. Does anyone need a bio break?
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
5
yeah.
minutes.
Why don't we take 5?
We'll say 10 because it's 5.
Okay.
Becky, we're gonna take a short break, and we will resume at 7:50. Over, you kind of, I didn't know about that because they made the horses across the street, yeah. My horse used to be on that side of the street. Okay. That's Monroe County. They're Let's try this again. We're ready to resume.
We seem to be having a technical difficulty. The main meeting room camera is frozen.
Oh, perfect. Was there?
I'll be right in.
Somebody, this camera's frozen.
Starting with,
Oh, we were in spring. I don't see any ice on the camera.
Yeah.
Where to go? There's somebody standing up at the door.
That explains why you see me waving and of course we're muted, so you didn't hear the top.
Oh, yeah, it's frozen. I see that, yeah. Probably.
Need some water? You need some water? No, he's got water. He did like this, like heartburn.
That's our IT specialist.
She's
Becky
pretty light on
Blackman.
her feet too, that one.
We'll let her return to her post before continuing.
Big gap in here. Oh, a little better.
Okay, next up, we have special use permit application number 2024-005. Impact Earth, RM Putney and Associates Incorporated, 520 Middle Road to operate a composting site. I will note, as I just mentioned to Councilmember Stafford, special use permits are actually for the land, not the operator. So this is for town land that we're getting the special use permit. However, the reason RM Putney and Associates are listed is they won the RFP for operating the facility. So typically, when someone applies for a special use permit, if you know who the operator is going to be for that, whether it's a restaurant or in this case, a compost, you include the listing of that person so we can ask about the operation. So, but again, you know, as noted, we do not have an operating agreement in place yet. And let's say I don't envision this, but let's say for some reason we're unable to come to an agreement, the special use permit would stay with the land, wouldn't leave just because RM Putney decided to back out of the arrangement. So with that said, I will call up Mr. Putney or anyone else you wish to have speak.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to talk once again tonight about the 520 Middle Road site, turning it into a composting facility, at least part of it anyway. So I'm Robert Putney, and this is
I'm Elias Putney.
And our family is the majority owner of Impact Earth. We have been around since 2014, so this is our 10th year in business. We provide it for those of us that don't, we're not Shake Shack, so people don't, when I say Impact Earth, people don't necessarily know what we are or who we are, but we've been working in this community for the last decade on environmental issues, specifically around sustainable living. We started off as an event group that brought awareness of sustainable practices to events. And then that turned into providing sustainable living products that we have at our store on Monroe Avenue in Brighton. We also attend many farmers markets and other events throughout the community throughout the year that you may see us at. And then finally, a few years ago, we purchased Community Composting, which was the Monroe County's local residential composting group. We currently operate a site at 1335 Erie Station Road. And what we're trying to do here, we obviously, as Steve already mentioned, we applied applied for the RFP through the RFP process to be awarded a composting facility at 520 Middle Road. And we're here to answer any questions that you have about the application or the subsequent information that we pass back and forth between the board and our company.
I'm sorry, I was pulling something.
I'm here to answer any questions.
okay,
Yeah.
Okay, questions from the board?
Mike, I think is.
Steve, we are going to be able to vote on the agreement. This
Correct.
is just, this is just for the,
This is just
Just for
whether
the land.
the land can be used for compost.
Okay.
Not whether they're the ones
Right.
specifically operating. it. We will be putting that agreement together and that'll be in place for the next meeting. They're still currently going through the DEC approval process. It's not, this site will never be large enough to require a DEC permit. But this site is, they do have a, I think they call it regulatory approval or,
It's a registration.
registration, thank
Yep.
you.
just so you know, and I think most people on this board know that when it comes to that agreement, I want some very strict language in there in case we have this same issues. You know, I'm all for this project. Believe me, I think it's great and it's probably overdue in every community.
Sure.
But for what those neighbors went through down there, you know, when they talked about the stink and the smell, that was putting it mildly, because I went down there one day and I was almost sick going back to my truck. And so I just want to be aware that it has to have some strict language in there to, you know, to be able to shut it down and cleaned up immediately if things go wrong. And I do appreciate everything you've done. So.
Yep. So we've been working on, just to be clear, we've been working on those issues with the town and the DEC and the Center for Ecotechnology, who both the town and we are using as a consultant to not only make sure that that is being done properly on the current site, but that the future site is engineered so that issue does not come up again.
Right. And Steve's explained to me.
Yeah.
More than once.
Yeah.
That it's the water issue and
Amongst others.
Right.
Lack of ground. So one of the things by this being at also our leaf and brush drop off, we'll be able to have more. There's a lot of things going.
Right. A lot of negative
will go
issues
right
at the old location. But with that being said, just so.
Yeah, no, we welcome strict guidelines. That's sort of the point of getting into the public-private partnership. So we want to be held to that higher standard.
Thank you.
So one of the things I will note, we did reach out to the CET and specifically the individual we've been working for him. I gave him a list of additional potential adverse impacts with regards to composting. They were kind of in three sections that had to do. One was the potential adverse impacts on wetlands, because there's a nearby adjacent wetlands. And on all the questions, I then asked them, what could they do to mitigate those? The second one, what had to do with pests. So whether it's, you know, mice or coyotes or flies, you know, what can you do to minimize pests or vermin? And then the last one had to do with odor and dust and other issues like that. And so he gave a bunch of recommendations. Some of them they've already adopted, other ones he made recommendations. He said, I know these aren't part of the plans, but these are my recommendations. I just put them in as recommendations. And one of the things that we have on here is that basically those recommendations shall be adopted.
Correct.
You know, and so this individual and that whole organization has spent a lot of time, has a lot of experience with compost facilities and what can be done to minimize the adverse impacts. And so we want to make sure that those recommendations get taken. So that's condition 4 of the special use permit. Now, again, there'll be other stuff in there with regards to, we'll always have the avenue, even if this wasn't our land, to potentially pull a special use permit. But as you know, that requires advertising for public hearing, holding a public hearing, pull it.
Excuse me.
Because we own the land as opposed to where they are currently, right? We own the land. We can put right in our operating agreement, here's how much time you have to fix it. Here's what you have to do, you know, including, you know, is there some way, if there's an issue, can you immediately contain it and to get rid of the adverse impact of the neighbors while you then resolve that issue. So those are some of the things we're going to put in that operating agreement. And again, everything I will say, you know, so far to date, everything we've asked them to do, they've been willing to do. So that's been great. But yes, like you, and I know he doesn't want to see it either. We don't want to have that situation that's happening down there. Because I'll also point out that odor comes from anaerobic digestion, which basically means I'm not producing my best compost.
Correct.
And so if they want to produce a high quality output, it needs to be aerobically composted, which is the whole point of the aerated static pilots, to get that oxygen in there. And that will produce the best results. It's not only is it reduce the negative impact on the neighborhood, it also increases the quality of their output. So it's in their best interest in multiple fashion to do that. So.
Oh, I never thought they were, trying to be neglectful or anything else and having that odor. I wasn't even trying to insinuate that, if that's how it came out.
No, but there are people who've said things to that effect.
Okay.
So. Other questions from town board members?
I have one.
Yep.
Robert, assuming that you are chosen for this project, how would you keep up with the input and output of compost materials that come in from our residents and how it goes out to them? How's that process work?
You're talking about future growth or?
Well, no, the last meeting we had, it was mentioned that residents would have to put something in for the compost to get something out.
I see.
So
Sure.
I'm wondering, how do you keep up with that?
I think correct me if I'm wrong, because this is how you asked me, how do I keep track? So your other members are paying for a service.
Correct.
And so I don't know whether you do or don't keep track, but the point is presumably they're at least paying for the output compost. Our residents are getting it for free. Do you have a way to track to make sure, okay, they really are participating in order to get their output compost? The idea is we want to make sure residents get what's fair coming to them, but we're also want to protect to make sure other participating residents don't lose out because some, I'll call them greedy residents, come in and say, well, I'm going to take more than my share and deprive others. So.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have the software that we have currently tracks every pickup stop that we have. So it measures weight and how often we pick up, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that's available to the actual consumer through what's called the portal.
Okay.
That software, we've already been in contact with the software developer about this particular project. And there's just a few minor changes that they'll make to the software to be able to incorporate Henrietta residents. But it would require a Henrietta residents to have some kind of key fob or a tag, or they could use their phone or some way to check in when they first came in so that we keep track. Hey, you brought me 3 buckets today and took 3 buckets away and we weighed them. And so that's the short answer to that. These programs have been successfully piloted in the city of Rochester, the town of Victor, and in Canandaigua. Those are the 3. They're all customers of ours and they have done that. They manage the systems themselves, but we are plugged into those systems.
Sounds good. So if I understand you correctly, I'm going to have compost at my house. I'm going to call you and you're going to come pick it up?
Well, there's 2, just so you know, Rob, there are 2 for our residents. There's 2 services. For most people, it's drop off.
Okay.
However, if there's somebody for whom drop off is, a problem, either, whether it's advanced age or a physical impairment, or for whatever reason they can't do it, then they will offer the pickup.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll do an actual set aside. So think of it like this. The City of Rochester program started off with 1,000 customers. They didn't obviously open it up to every resident. And then that program has grown each year. And I think they're at 3,000, roughly 3,000 residents today. We would propose something like that for Henrietta, that we would scale it in over time.
So I'm lame. I don't know much about composting. Am I going to get a list to say what I should be putting in so I can make sure that your pile is viable?
Yes. Yeah. Another great question. So Contamination is they call it cart contamination is a big problem in a lot of communities because people just don't know. So we're educators first.
Great.
So we put a lot of time into educate. A lot of it we do for free just because it makes sense for us to try to avoid costs down the road. So for us to come to your church or a public gathering and then actually one-on-one, it's a lot of high visibility, high touch interactions with the community. So it's not like we go away. In fact, you'll see more of us as time goes on. And that's sort of the point, is that people need to be reminded, yes, you can throw your chicken bone in, but you can't throw your dog waste, for instance.
So I have the ability to come and dump my stuff once my compost at home gets filled up. I can come and bring it there too.
Yep. That's how the program works now.
Okay.
So.
All right. Thanks a lot. I have no other questions.
I'm all set because obviously I've been involved with this from the get-go. So I will open it up to the floor. Are there anybody out in the audience who have questions regarding composting?
I
No.
do have a question online when you're ready.
I think we're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, this question is from anonymous attendee. It says, previous statements have indicated the current piles on Erie Station will be moved to the new site. However, there are also statements indicating the current piles have had above normal level of bacterial growth due to moisture. Without starting with quote unquote clean compost, will this cause an excess of bacteria in the new site?
It's a great question. So one, the DEC will not allow us to remove any compost that's on site to the new site or anywhere else for that matter. So that will remain there. We have other development plans for the 1335 Erie Station Road site that, we'll bring to the board at some point in the future, but we will not be able to utilize that compost.
Yeah, I think the confusion, there was not a plan to move the existing piles.
Correct.
The plan was as soon as we can get the DEC approval to start doing it at the new site, all new intake would shift to the new site.
Correct.
So that's if that was misstated or misunderstood, that, like I said, it wasn't to move the existing stuff. It was to move the existing operations, not the existing compost piles. Sorry. If that's probably where the confusion came in.
And what's at that site, you'll just keep working on and eventually.
Right. So the transition would look something like this. Assuming we get the approvals and the board says, yep, you can get started. We have the agreement in place and here's the start date. We have to build out the system itself. But then as soon as we can start dumping there, everything will start transitioning there and there'll be no more intake at the current site. Right. We'll still have to process that through and that will take
another year, I think.
Yeah, but to get it all processed, it'll probably take us a year. Now, we're going to use a lot of that as a growing medium for trees and other things. But
I just want to be clear, because I'm aware of this, but I don't know that everybody else is aware. That year's time, a lot of that is spent in the finishing stage where
Correct.
I'm not even with the dampness, you're not creating the odor that you're smelling today.
No, after about 4 or 5 weeks, that shouldn't be an issue. So,
Right.
so the initial.
Because I know there's.
You know where
No, no, yeah.
I know there were, you could feel the tension when they said a
No,
year.
again, it's a great question
Right.
about that, but realistically, in order for us to process it all the way to the end and then utilize it in some way on site, it's going to take a little bit of time.
Okay.
But the odor generating part of that is usually in the first 30 days.
Okay. Most of what would take that amount of time are like clam shells, oyster shells that we have, bones that would
Right.
take several times through our normal process to fully break down.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
Put right up on that
Been doing
one.
this enough to know the warning
Yeah.
signs.
Obviously, our goal is to transition as soon as possible.
Right.
So that we can start dumping at the newly engineered site rather than the site we're currently on.
Yep.
I just wanted to enter that the relationship between this board and our community is very important to us. And our community was not happy with your first attempt. And so if there's any smell generated from this that's not acceptable, I mean, we have to be reasonable. But,
Right. Yeah, I mean, because compost will always have a smell. It should not be putrefying.
I
It
understand.
shouldn't, right. And it should not be, in talking with them, you should not be able to smell it much off the site. That's the big issue. Whereas today you can't, because it's such an overpowering putrescent smell. So.
So, you know, if things go wrong, and I certainly hope they don't, but it's going to be an immediate cease and desist as far as this board's concerned. But we wish you all the luck in the world at the same time.
Did you say you have another site in Victor? Do you operate any other sites?
No.
Okay, I thought at last meeting you mentioned.
No, I mean, to be clear, we think that we're super grateful to the town of Henrietta to be interested. There are no other composting sites in Monroe County. And the way the New York State law is written is that you have to be within 25, if you're an aggregator of a certain amount of food waste, this doesn't apply to residents, but this would apply to commercial businesses or schools, municipalities. You have to have an industrial composting site within 25 miles in order to be legally required to send your food scraps to a composting facility. So currently, we're it. And so the idea here is to we want to outperform everyone's expectations. So this becomes the model site that every other municipality, and we've already had, since our last meeting, we've already had municipalities and county legislators come and visit both sites. They're very interested in how Henrietta is going to move forward with this, because to our point, when we talk to them, it's not about having a compost site. It's about when are each of these municipalities going to start citing compost sites in their own communities. Because ideally, if you're in Penfield, for instance, you obviously want to collect from Penfield and then process it in Penfield. That's the least environmentally impactful, and it's also the most cost efficient way to do that, right? And so every one of these relationships that we're trying to establish is a public-private relationship. So this is if we fail here, then we won't be composting anywhere in Monroe County.
But what you're saying is, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
You can make it. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, super grateful.
It's New York City, not here.
I like that.
Yeah, so like I said, that one of the things is this site will never have the capacity of a large scale. It can't. But it's more of a proof of concept and what can work, because then we can take a look at, okay, what was built and designed, and let's say there is a misstep and they have to make a correction. Then as you do all that, you get it all work. Now you can take that and repeat it in other places. And whether you go with a bunch of smaller, well-distributed, whether I have a large, and some of that gets into how much are the industrial folks participating. By industrial, I mean, the supermarkets with all the produce, spoiled produce, right? Restaurants, especially all you can eat buffets where just tons of food comes back on the trays and gets dumped in, right? That far outstrips what an average consumer. Now, maybe if you could get all 14,000 homes in Henrietta to participate, yeah, you'd really have a large capacity. But again, if you've got all the businesses in Henrietta that generate food waste, that would far exceed, so at some point there may be a need to build a larger, more industrial site, but that's further down the road. Right now, this is a proof of concept, as well as developing best practices. And, one of the things, a lot of towns, rightfully so, are very scared about what happened on Lehigh Station Road, that's the impression that that's going to happen everywhere. And so the goal here is to prove that that's not the case. And that if you pick the right location and you design it properly, that it can be done without the adverse impacts. So, yep.
I don't know if you want to mention the meeting that happened last week.
Why don't you mention?
Okay. Craig Eckert, Deputy Supervisor. Rob gave me a call last week on a kind of an impromptu meeting, was able to pop up to the Middle Road site, town of Penfield, Brighton, County Ledge, there was Rondecoit, were all interested in what was going on. So I met them up at Middle Road to kind of discuss again what we're trying to do as a board, and they're all extremely interested as well in learning from the same process. So we said proof of concept, we have 4 or 5 local municipalities all keeping an eye on us at the same time. So
And I will also
Great to
note
know.
that the RIT Golisano Institute for Sustainability has some involvement. In fact, they want to donate a biochar furnace
Wow.
to us. So they had one donated to them, which they've been using for classes, but they do not have a place to operate. And so they would donate it to us, and then they would provide students who would help not only folks, professors, research assistants, and students who've known how to operate to teach it, this group how to operate it, and then potentially look at, what can be done to create new stuff. And the output of this, it's called biochar, and it can reduce the nitrogen or ammonia content, excuse me. It can again, help reduce odors. It can produce a better compost. So there's a lot of benefits to it. So that's something we're taking a look at.
That's outstanding. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Coming up.
Good evening. I'm Pat Wardinger from 33 Winderland Drive, Henrietta. I'm Chair of the Sustainability Committee. And I want to stress that composting is vital to this town and also to this county. New York State is one of the states that has not yet gotten on board with diverting all their food scraps from the landfills. Therefore, we are contributing methane gas to the atmosphere, thanks to the food scraps going there and decomposing anaerobically. Over 8 states now divert all food scraps from landfills. And Monroe County is one of the few counties in New York State that does not do food scrap composting, with the exception of around Impact Earth's project on Erie Station Road. And that was an emergency, short-term, hopefully fill the gap that we needed to do in order to sustain the business, to have this continue. And this is going to be a great site. The new Middle Road site is an excellent site. And now we have other people in other towns who are trying to get the other towns to compost their own food scraps. The simplest solution, compost in your backyard. Next simplest, compost your town's food scraps in the town they're generated in. Mix them with the yard waste. It's right there. They go together perfect. So Henrietta is starting what should be done all over Monroe County. And it's no thanks to Monroe County legislature or their Citizens Climate Committee. Their efforts are to do anaerobic digestion, and it's going to truck it long distances and be very, 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 very expensive. And it will still release methane gas in the long run. So I thank Henrietta for being brave enough to step up to the plate and embrace it. I'm proud to live here. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Anyone else?
I do have another question online.
Right.
This one is from Stacy. She says, my mother is a direct neighbor of the new site on Middle Road. She's lived in her home for 40 years, and this will drastically impact our family. Promises from Impact Earth are great, but the record is not ideal. Point blank, it's not promising. Can the 5 members of the town board please provide a reassurance to how there is due diligence being performed in the evaluation of this company in particular? For example, Impact Earth has open lawsuits.
I missed that last one too. For instance,
For example is that Impact Earth has open lawsuits.
Open lawsuits?
you have open lawsuits?
I'm not aware of any.
So, yeah, I'm not aware of any. In terms of, again, you've heard multiple town board members state unequivocally that they're not gonna accept what was happening at the old site. I don't know what more we can say beyond that. We're just not gonna let it happen. I don't know what else we can state. Any other questions, comments? Go ahead.
again, I can appreciate going green like anybody else, especially with the fact that the scientists and the physicists have determined that the time to turn off greenhouse emissions before it can't be shut off was probably 3 years ago, from what I gather. And you can read the research on that if you look it up. That being said, I mean, even with that, still the Earth's degrees even rising due to the methane gas contributions, greenhouses, and all that combined, the Earth would not implode for about something like they're predicting over 1 million years or whatever it is. But anything that reduces, right, is better than nothing. We all know this. However, I can certainly, again, like I said before, appreciate the fact that, you know, if I was living next to something like that, I would seriously have real concerns about it. And Mr. Schultz, you mentioned about the highway. It's not the same thing because the highway doesn't create a stench. It may be somewhat a little noisy, but it's not such a disruption to the point where it disrupts daily lives to that degree. And the highway, of course, was there long before probably many people were there, and you're not going to move the highway. That's not going to happen. You're not going to tell New York State, you know, to take the highway, move it somewhere else. So, I mean, I can understand that. I can understand why people might be concerned considering the track record. And if there are open lawsuits, if there are, I'm not saying there are, I haven't looked into that because it's really not my issue, but certainly you can find out by looking it up online. And I think the board should probably do that to find out if there are any, unless if they haven't done it already.
So I will note that the throughway comment I believe that was in response to a complaint about trucks on Middle Road and the noise that traffic would make. It had nothing to do with odor. It had to do with noise. And so it was comparing apples to apples in that regard.
Well, it was in relation to just the idea that you don't want it in your backyard sort of thing. It was that general concept. You know, disregarding the specific application, but it all boils down to the same idea. You know, that is something that is bearable, that you can live with to a degree. And you're right, one or two people have moved in regardless of the fact that they've got the noise and they live right on top of it. I don't hear it because I'm on the other side. So, but this is something of a different nature. I could seriously.
We understand that, and that's why we're doing a ton of due diligence on this, including bringing in experts from CET and DEC. So it's not like we're moving on this super fast. Now, again, we're trying to be as fast as possible while still exercising due diligence because we're trying to stop the current operation.
Right.
Because it is causing problems to the neighbors. The location is far from adequate. The moisture content is way too high. The available greens are browns are way too low. So this addresses the design, the layout, the whole 9 yards. That's again why we've gone through multiple iterations. I don't know how many hours of meetings I've been in with the DEC, with the CET, with Impact Earth, as well as with each of the neighbors. I've met with not all of them, but most of them one-on-one and talked with them about that. So, you know, I understand Stacy's concern. I'm familiar which house she's referring to. And again, that is one of the houses that we are putting a buffer around. That has more to do with the work going on in the other portions in the rezone than it does with this. But like I said, we are very much aware of that, and we will be staying on top of that. And I can tell you, if you don't trust me, Mike and Rick, I know absolutely would stay on top of it, and I would hear from them constantly if there were any issues. So, and which is what they should do, right? That's their job. You know, contrary to some accusations thrown out in previous meetings, this is not a dictatorship. It's a board. It's a 5-person board, and it requires 3 of us for anything to pass. So,
yeah, I don't think I had to reiterate what Rick and Mike said. That goes without saying.
Right.
The neighbors are people that pay their taxes and they don't need that by their house. So I just want to thank the supervisor and our assistant supervisor for doing the due diligence that they are to make sure that if this doesn't work, that we'll shut it down immediately, you know, or as fast as possible. I think the things that Steve has mentioned to make this more viable is important. You know, the machinery is going to be coming in, other entities that are interested, Ganosano donating things, and RIT being involved. I think those things make it very possible for this to be a better experience for the neighbors and our community. So that's why, in my view, it sounds like a great idea to try. And if it doesn't work, we'll know very quickly. We'll know if it's not going to work, you know? So I appreciate all the comments, and I do appreciate the concerns of the neighbors and everything, but we'll give it a shot and see what happens.
And I will note that I did have a discussion with the U.S. Department of Energy yesterday, maybe, and went over with them for the grant. And one of the things they are interested in funding is to put the roof over, keep the rain out with the solar panels on top to generate electricity. So
that's great.
That should, again, help keep the moisture content down. And will also, again, it's electrical grid offset. It's not big enough to actually be a generator, but it should reduce the town's electrical bills and therefore reduce the cost to taxpayers.
It's great.
Just one other thing, I'm not suggesting by any means that just because it hasn't worked before that it can't work now. I mean, I'm not suggesting that, you know, I just want to be clear,
Thank you.
you know.
Is there anyone else who wishes to comment? Anything else online? And hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing for special use permit application number 2024-005 Impact Earth. Thank you. We'll do the resolution because seeker has to pass, a number of stuff has to pass before we could even act on that. Next up, we have a public hearing for the proposed local law to amend the official zoning map of the town of Henrietta to rezone approximately 127 acres of land located on the east side of Middle Road and north of the New York State Interstate I-90 from residential R115 to industrial. So as I noted in the past, basically what you see is any place that's never been zoned is R115. There are houses in this area. This area was residential. Sometime past, it began getting converted to industrial. As I mentioned earlier, everything north of Lehigh Station Road is industrial. I think at the very top, it becomes commercial B2 maybe. And then south of Lehigh Station Road, there about halfway down is already zoned industrial. The town lands were not converted and none of these 5 homes were converted. Some of the homes north were rezoned in the past. When we, as I've also mentioned previously, the acreage is a little deceptive because the vast majority of the acreage is wetlands and is non-developable either as residential, doesn't matter what the zoning is, you can't touch it. So the town's been using it in an industrial fashion for years, far back as I can remember, long before I took office. And so we're just trying to make the zoning match. There are advantages to the homeowners if they so wish to take it, in that if and when they go to sell their house, they could potentially get a greater value for it selling it if they could find someone who wishes to operate a commercial or industrial entity there. As an example, further north on the road, a former house sold and is being operated by a landscape company. And so of the properties that are outside. You can see two of them opted to not participate. The other ones did. 4 of the properties gave us an intent to intent to re-subdivide. So as we've talked about, we offered, one of the things I've made clear, we can't ever protect against a future board. Any decision we make here can be overturned by a future board.
Right.
And so whereas we can all give promises, we're not going to develop that land, we're not going to sell that land for industrial use, we're not going to move our industrial operations closer to the house. I can't make that promise for a future town board. And so one of the things we offered is while we're doing this, while it's still residential land, we will sell you a buffer around your house, because now if you own that land, a future town board can't touch it. Well, I guess they could try eminent domain, but that's a hard threshold to overcome. And so that's one of the things we're looking at, and the reason we wanted their intent to purchase now is basically it locks in that as they're buying it as residential land, it's going to stay resident. Now, again, it will eventually convert to it will be zoned industrial, but when you add that land to their residential house, while their house stays residential, it will be residential. It will be assessed as residential land, whole 9 yards. But it does give them a buffer, and in most cases, it increases their lot size to about, depending on the property, 1 to 2 acres, which they would have a greater potential in the future of selling the land. For us, the portions of the land that the town had interested in as to why they purchased them, one was for the fill site. The second one was going to be a fill site. Doesn't work out as a fill site, so we're using it as our large material storage. So that's things like our concrete barricades, big pipelines, things like that. But we don't really envision any other use other than, as I said, our drop site is going to become the current, so that most of the fill sites already been filled to capacity and leveled off, and that's what I refer to as the plateau. This is going to become our new leaf and brush drop off instead of Martin Road. There's a lot of advantages. For one, it's about as central to the town as you can get. It's closer to our DPW, so we can have people react sooner if someone needs to drop stuff off hours. And then there's also a lot of synergy with the compost, because as we mentioned, they need more browns. Well, that leaf and brush drop off provides that. In addition, when they have, one of the things, we've had a lot of residents ask us to operate the drop site during the weekdays, but that's problematic from a staffing standpoint. For one, the current location has no restroom facility. So that's very problematic from staffing it for hours. In addition, it's very hit and miss. So you're wasting a lot of employee hour time just manning it. Whereas if there is currently a composting operation going on where their customers can come in and drop stuff off, as part of our agreement, we've talked about that they would also handle if people come to drop off leaf and brush.
Gotcha.
So that will also expand the access for our other residents. So we just see there being a lot of benefit. But as I mentioned, this rezoning isn't changing our use. The reason I'm interested in doing it is because I want to follow our own rules, and because, as I said before, because this is a public-private relationship, it gets into a little of the gray area as to whether we really do or don't need this special use permit rezone. I would just rather follow the rules. So
Smart move.
Questions, comments?
Steve, out of the 4 homeowners that want to buy some land, you said, how much total land is that? Do you know about? Did you say an acre each, or?
Yeah, I think it averages about an acre each.
Okay.
But it's all up against the road. And basically, if you look, we built around behind their house, none of it. There's one area where we did clear a little bit into the area that they're going to buy. But in talking with the folks who operate that yard, we don't need that space. But, I think the maximum at the top of the hill, if I remember correctly, it goes back 325 feet. In the other areas, it's more I'll call it horizontal along the road, so I think it's 250-foot depth. You know, it just gets them, again, a greater buffer. Most of those houses, you know, like the yards weren't very big. They were like maybe 100 by 200. So, right, so this gets them that buffer to protect them from town operations. And one of the other things we've talked about is that what we will do is we've got a lot of fill coming in from other projects in town. In fact, some of the folks have said, we don't need any more fill, but one of the things I've said that they can do with that is they'll put it along. We've got to do it in a manner that doesn't block drainage, because this is all downhill towards the wetland. But the idea would be to put in some berms that have breaks in them so the water can still flow, but that provides screening so that the people aren't looking out the back of their yard into the storage yard. Or we're also going to put it on the north and south edges of the compost facility, and then the plan is to put like the green giant arborvitae or some other vegetative screening to further block the view. So, other questions?
I would just like to say that there's not many times that residents get to buy something to increase their land. And as we all know, there's never going to be any more land. It'll erode, but there won't be any more. So I think it's very smart of residents to, as it's presented, to buy the land now. It's only going to benefit them in the future.
Yeah, and the only house that didn't, back when we were doing the sewer, putting the sewer in, well, technically, the developers of the Freemasons were putting that in, but during the water main installation, during the road construction, during this, we've never been able to get a hold of the owners. So I don't know what's up with that.
Right.
They've never responded. They're the only ones who didn't participate. But the other four did. And so, like I said, we worked with our team to put together a proposed map. And so then what we're going to do is we're going to go out to a surveyor, get some quotes, and essentially those four properties will split the surveyor cost 4 ways. And same thing, we actually also have to get it land appraised, because by law, the town can't sell the land below market value. So we have to establish market value. But again, those 4 properties can split the cost of that appraiser, because it's all coming from the same hunk of town land. So 1 appraisal, 1 subdivision, get it done.
Great.
The 4th one all the way at the bottom is, we bought 2 parcels next to each other, but they're essentially the same land.
Okay.
So, any other questions? Anything from the public?
I do have a question online.
Go ahead.
This is from Stacy. She asked, is there a timeline on the build completion for this new site at 520 Middle Road? When can the Middle Road residents expect to see composting piles to be brought in, separate from leaf and brush drop off?
The compost is still, well, it's a minimum of 3 weeks away, because we don't have an agreement in place. I don't know how long the DEC is going to take. We want to have the berms in place and some of the other stuff in place before that happens. And then they will also have to do the top level grading and put in the aerated static pile equipment to operate that. So I don't know what the 1 to 2 months, I don't know, at the soonest. Again, we're trying to move as fast as possible, because we're trying to shut down the old site, but we're not going to do such in a manner that's going to create problems at the new site. We want to shut down the old site as soon as possible, but not without not at the risk of creating problems at the new site. So if I had to put a guess on it, like I said, maybe 2 months. Leaf and brush starts this weekend, however. Any other questions?
Yes. One. I know you said you met with the U.S. Department of Energy and Conservation. Is that right? Or you talking? I'm just curious, what was their take on this? I'm just wondering, not that I'm.
They're all for it. They're funding it to the tune of $76,000.
That's about that roof thing that is.
That's the EECBG. Any others? And hearing and seeing none.
Oh, sorry, I do have one last comment from Stacy. She says, just a comment. My mother has spent many hours up at night worrying. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. We are truly hoping this will not be done in haste. Thank you.
It will not be done in haste. If there's anything, if she wants to talk, if there's any fears, questions she has, she's more than welcome to reach out to me. You're more than welcome to meet with me again. You know, I understand the nature of worry. But you know, like I said, I'm happy to go over with you. We can have Impact Earth there. You can talk to them. The goal is to minimize and or eliminate any negative adverse impacts on the neighbors. Okay, so then hearing and seeing no further comments, I'm going to close the public hearing for the proposed local law to amend the official zoning map for Middle Road. Can I get my next resolution? I've lost track.
143, right? Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution 9-143, 2024 to approve and or ratify the following agreements.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Wait a minute.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Give me a second.
Yeah, stop.
Supervisor Schultz, I have resolution 9-144, 2024 to authorize bills payable and any associate contracts or agreements for April 9th, 2024 through April 16th, 2024.
Second.
I will note that roughly $500,000 of that is for pay apps for the construction of the new court. Any questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 9-145, 2024 to issue a negative declaration and accept the secret determination for the proposed rezone of approximately 127 plus acres of land located on the east side of Middle Road and north of the New York State Thruway, Interstate 90, from residential R115 to industrial.
Seconded.
Any discussion on this? This is just the seeker action. Any questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 9-146, 2024 to adopt local law number 2 of 2024 to amend the official zoning map of the town of Henrietta to rezone approximately 127 acres of land located on the east side of Middle Road and north of the New York State Thruway I-90 from residential R115 to industrial.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 9-147, 2024 to adopt the secret determination, issue a negative declaration, and approve special use permit application number 2024-005 for Impact Earth to operate a new commercial composting facility located at 520 Middle Road.
Second.
I'd just like to read the conditions. Site plan review is required either administratively or from the Henrietta Planning Board. 2, a landscaped berm shall be provided along the southern edge of the site. 3, systems and operations to reduce odor suppression must be maintained. 4, recommendations from the DEC and CET on how to mitigate potential adverse impacts on wetlands, neighboring properties, pest control, and neighborhood impact shall be adopted. See attached Schedule B, additional seeker and SUP considerations for town compost facility with impact earth operations. So those are the conditions on the special use permit.
I second those.
Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing anything online, since I know we had somebody with regards to this online.
No comments online at this time.
Okay,
And then we will have the agreement next meeting is coming?
correct.
Okay.
So basically, now that we've got the special use permit in place, we're gonna negotiate the agreement, get that all in place, and go from there. Okay. Hearing and seeing no further comments, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz, fellow board members, I have resolution 9-148, 2024 to award the Lehigh Station Road sanitary sewer extension Phase 2 bid to Marsh Pipeline, Inc.
Second.
So this was actually, the bid results was a while ago. We had a lot of vetting to do with this, and we were looking for ways to further reduce costs. So that's why it took a little while, why we waited to formally approve it or award it, excuse me. Any other questions, comments? Then hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 9-149/2024 to allow a bank irrevocable letter of credit or a cash deposit to be used in lieu of a maintenance bond for the dedication of roadways and sidewalks for the Forest View subdivision.
Second.
So, in the past, we've typically done maintenance bonds. Those are easier for the, contractor to get than it is for the developer. Some developers have used cash deposit. Going forward, we're gonna we'll write future resolutions to allow any one of those. Basically, it means to guarantee that if there are any issues with the road or sidewalk, we don't have to worry about whether the developer has skipped town. We would have those funds to be able to make the repairs. But when we passed this last resolution at the time, we only had said maintenance bonds, so we're adjusting that. Any other questions? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 9-150, 2024. To update the 2024 miscellaneous fee schedule to include highway utility work permit fees.
Seconded.
So last year, we had a number of issues. We were constantly having to follow up on work that utility companies were doing. That obviously impacts our staff and creates a cost. So the idea of these fees, to collect that from the utility companies to cover those potential costs, because a lot of it has to do with to make sure they're doing the work safely as well as doing the proper restoration so that residents aren't left with a muddy mess out in front of their yards. Any questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 9-151, 2024, to authorize advertisement of bids for a masonry spray park building at Veterans Memorial Park.
Second. So I'm gonna propose we modify this slightly. I've been working on the proposal with the engineering department and with some feedback from other folks. Some of that feedback was very late in coming. So I was not able to get this done. I'm gonna be cranking it out tonight, but I want the engineering department to have time to review. So right now, it basically just says, available from the town clerk's office no later than Thursday, April 18th. I want to make that at 4 p.m. So I'm going to propose that we amend the resolution to read, it would be available from the town clerk's office no later than Thursday, April 18th, 2024 at 4 p.m.
Second.
Any discussion? I typically do it at 4 p.m., Becky, to give your folks time so they're not rushing up against the clock to get out of here. Does that work?
That works for me.
Okay. And so that should give, when I send this stuff in the morning, that'll give the engineering crews time to review it and us to make any corrections based off of their feedback. So. Okay, I'm gonna call the roll, then hearing no further discussion on the proposed amendment, I'm gonna call the roll to make the amendment.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. And so now we are discussing and we'll be voting on the amendment or the
Amended resolution.
the resolution as amended. Yep. Any further questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Fellow board members, I have resolution 9-152, 2024 to authorize disposition of town records per LGS-1 schedule.
Second.
Any questions, comments? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz and fellow board members, I have resolution 9-153, 2024 to approve the audited 2023 financial statements and other annual reports.
Second. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Belanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford.
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Rick, before you go on, I do have one comment on that one. I just want to say we repeatedly get really high grades from our auditors and, huge shout out to not only the finance director and her team, but all of the department heads and everybody who works to make sure that we're in really good financial states, as well as that all the records are there and we follow all the procedures and everything. We consistently get a really clean bill of health, and it really takes a team to make that happen. So thank you to everybody involved in that, including the town board members who stay on top of this and during budget time and everything else. So like I said, thank you to everybody involved in that. Go ahead.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution number 9-154, 2024 to make appropriate budget transfers to the 2024 adopted budget.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Blanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye.
Mr. Supervisor and fellow board members, I have resolution 9-155, 2024 to hire personnel and make the attached changes.
Seconded.
Did you say 54 or 55?
55.
Okay, thank you.
I may have said resolution 9-155, 2024.
Any further comments, questions? Hearing and seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Page,
Aye.
Councilmember Blanca,
Aye.
Councilmember Barley,
Aye.
Councilmember Stafford,
Aye.
Supervisor Schultz.
Aye. Before we go to public comments from the public, I want to address a couple committee and miscellaneous reports. One of the things I will note, originally we had resolution 8-140, 2024 on the agenda for tonight. But we got a really good price from NOCO. And for anyone who doesn't know commodity pricing, they have the potential to change. So at Monday's meeting, workshop meeting, we decided to pass it there so that we could lock in that price. That price has been locked in. So that should save us a considerable amount of money from an energy standpoint. But I just wanted to make note of that. So someone didn't say, well, what happened to it? Did you pass it in secret? No, it wasn't in secret. It was at a public meeting, the workshop, but we do not televise those. But I just wanted to, like I said, let everybody know why we did it that way. It's not normal, but it was just too good a price to risk passing up. And again, before we go to public comments, are there any committee or miscellaneous reports from the board?
Just on the NOCO natural gas and electric at Benham. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, for leading us to go ahead and block those rates in so they didn't increase and we paid more. Appreciate that.
You guys got?
Yeah, just a couple events coming up. It is obviously spring and we are experiencing April showers. So there's a lot of gardening stuff that's going to be going on around town. Two things actually coming up on Saturday. At Tinker Park, there's a garden program that's going to be focusing on planting and harvesting vegetables. That's at 10 o'clock. And the Genesee Region Orchid Society will be presenting at the library at 1:30. There are a couple of presentations at the library coming up. One is titled The Intersection of Climate Change and Women's Health. There's University of Rochester professor presenting on that. That is April 22nd at 7 p.m. There is a succulent gardens terrarium workshop on April 24th at 6 p.m. at the library. And MCC Professor Mark Sample will be holding a discussion on the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution and the Vietnam War at the library on May 2nd. All of those are registration required. Check out hpl.org.
Okay. Had a fire district meeting yesterday. Fire Chief Cholak expressed very real concerns about possible new law going in, OSHA regulations going in effect. Those rules haven't been changed since 1980, but we don't follow those rules. We file a much higher standard. But now OSHA is looking to not only catch up, but go way beyond those standards that we already follow. He says that most of them were already following past. He expressed a lot of concern about these smaller fire districts that will not be able to even match it. And there's some real concerns on some of the issues that we don't have right now. So just be watching that. He said the estimated cost to implement a lot of these would be, they said 5 to 10% more of our fire budget. So. And just mandates that we have no control over it if it passes.
You have anything?
Last couple of things, on the historic committee, Gary has been very excited about getting state regulations passed for the West Historic District, and the things that might help our residents as well as commercial businesses in our town. I had the pleasure of going to a workshop or down at the Memorial Art Gallery the other day and learned a lot more stuff about historic districts and stuff like that. It's very interesting. At Tinker, I'm on the concession group, and we're looking at going through all the items that are there we might not need and getting rid of them or sending them salvage to earn money for Tinker Park. That's about it.
Right. Okay, we have an individual who has requested a significant amount of time for a presentation, so I'm gonna actually put him last in case anybody else wishes to speak during the public comment section.
I'm okay with that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is there anybody who wishes to speak?
I wanted to add, you know, I wasn't able to make it to Tinker for the Eclipse. I did talk to a couple of people that were there, said it was a great, great time down there. I think you were there,
I was there. It
and
was really nice.
Yeah.
Too bad we didn't get to see the eclipse.
I know.
Right.
But it was interesting to, they had a lot of food trucks there. A lot of people were there. There were a lot of astronomy type people there with their telescopes. I don't know what they saw, but it got dark, it got cold. We had a little bit of mist. And it was kind of exciting just to be in that atmosphere, you know?
I found it interesting. If you looked to the west, you could actually see the shadow coming across.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I was
It's really neat.
I left my office and walked across the street into Highland Park, and that's what I said. You could see the darkness coming right at you.
Yeah.
And it was
Amazing how fast it moved.
Yep.
Okay, before you go, I just want to do something and then I'm going to give the floor to you. So Becky, could you bring up my presentation?
Is this something I should be watching? or-
Mm-hmm. Well, you
It
don't
might
have
be
to,
over
it's up
there.
to you. So, a couple things in response, you say, why don't we ever answer you? So here I will give you some of these answers. You have made statements that the stuff on our tax assessment statements or the letters that go out are wrong. That it doesn't say that the standard of assessment is that properties are assessed at their full value or at an equal level of assessment. Ignoring the fact that that comes from the state, that particular language. You can find it right on the New York State Division of Taxation and Finance website under valuation standards. You can see both of those statements. I have the two choices. So basically they put them together. It either has to be at its full value or at a uniform percentage or, a level of assessment. Next one.
It's just gonna be very hard. for me.
No interrupting. You want to be uninterrupted.
Go ahead.
The next statement you had made at one point was that you didn't agree. You said, nowhere does it say that the assessor is presumed correct. From New York State Office of Real Property Services Guide for Property Owners, page 17, grounds for petition. There is a presumption under the law that the assessment made by the assessor is correct. It's right there on their page. Now you might say, oh, I can't find it in real property tax law.
Right.
Understand that law is more than just the written law. It's also case law. And so what happens is when there's all laws have ambiguities in them, there are rulings made that's called case law, and that applies. And so again, this is right from the New York State Office of Real Property Services Guide. Please don't interrupt, that the presumption under the law is that the assessment made by the assessor is correct. If that is not expressly stated in real property tax law, it is part of case law. Next. You had objected to the fact that there was somebody who's marginally is a part-time employee of the town, is on the Board of Assessment Review. Again, from the board, according to the Office of Real Property Tax Services, employees can serve on the Board of Assessment Review. The restriction is that the majority of the members cannot be employees. So again, from the Board of Assessment Review, Training Manual, page 3-2, The majority of the board must consist of members who are not officers or employees of the local government. Members of the appointing authority, i.e. us, none of us can serve on it, nor can the assessor, nor any of the assessor staff. However, other employees within the town can serve on the Board of Assessment Review. Next. You had made a statement or complaint that the assessor did not respond to your SCAR petition and that they have to do so under Article 7. That is not correct. Nowhere in New York State real property tax law or ORP's rules and regulations does it state that the assessor must respond to a SCAR petition. Under Article 7 judicial review, Section 712, they do talk about that, but that's for tax certiorari proceedings, and the response is almost always through a town's certiorari attorney. SCAR hearings are covered in a different section, Title 1A, Section 732 for SCAR hearing procedures, and nowhere does it say that the assessor has to respond. You can go to Section 732 and read those procedures at your leisure. Next. You've tried to say that I've stated falsely, and by the way, you will be able to get this presentation. You can either ask it to be emailed, you can provide a clean thumb drive, or you can pay to have it printed, your choice. It will be part of the minutes is the other option as well. The assessments do not determine tax levy. Again, this is from New York State Department of Taxation and Finance, their website, Fair Assessments, a guide for property owners. Assessments are determined by the assessor. Your taxing jurisdiction, i.e. the school district, town, county, is responsible for developing and adopting a budget. The tax levy, the ultimate, they arrive at the tax levy, the total amount to be raised through the property tax. Again, property value is not part of the process of determining the tax levy. From New York State Taxation and Finance website, won't my taxes increase if my assessment is adjusted? Answer, as noted above, your assessor does not increase your taxes. If your assessment does increase, it doesn't mean that your taxes will automatically increase. In addition, if your assessment increases, but the assessment of most other properties increase more, your share of the taxes could decrease. Again, notice that property values is not part of the process in determining the tax levy. Next page. According to real property tax law, taxing authorities generate a budget that includes the amount to be collected in taxes, the tax levy. For school district, this happens before the final assessment roll is even generated. Independently, the assessor assesses all the property in an assessment unit, either at full value or at an equal level of assessment to produce the final assessment rolls. All taxable values of all the parcels are summed up to produce the total taxable value. The tax rate is then determined by dividing the tax levy by the total taxable value. Next page. Each property pays its portion of the tax levy by multiplying their taxable value by the tax rate. The total of all property taxes paid is thus equal to the original tax levy. I put that together in a mathematical demonstration to you previously, which you then filed something saying that you were going to sue me for doing math on a state formula without a degree in math.
That wasn't the only thing. Go ahead.
If the budget remains the same, then higher assessments do not generate any additional revenue, since if the numerator, the tax levy, remains the same and the denominator, the total taxable value, increases, then the resulting ratio, the tax rate, decreases proportionately. Again, the budget determines the amount to collect in taxes. It is right in the name, the amount to collect in taxes. It is determined by taking the total expenses, subtracting out total revenues and other offsets, with the result being how much to collect. Next page. Now, according to real property tax law, if the tax levy is the same, but your individual property has a higher assessment, then it can mean that your portion of the taxes is greater. But it also means that taxes for other properties must be lower, since the sum must remain the same. If the tax levy remains constant, then if your house's assessed value increases at a higher rate than the average in town, your portion will go up. If your house's assessed value stays the same, goes down, or increases at a lower rate than the average in town, your portion will go down. And a lot of people saw that even though the school taxes went up and assessments went up, their school bill went down. Not everybody, those people who fall into that third category. Next slide, thank you. You can actually see on your tax bills what the changes in the budget are. So the total tax levy, it shows, and I circled it in yellow, the percent change from the prior year, and the same column is also on your school bill. So as you can see, for the county budget, the main budget went up 1.1%. The services to localities went down by 11.7%, and part of that was because that's offset by the sales tax. Our tax went up 7.1%, mostly due to the Spray Park referendum passing, although there was some portion just because we had to offset increasing costs. The fire district increased by 13.6%, and the ambulance increased by 3%. So that's the change in the amount of taxes collected. Oh, by the way, over that same period, the total assessed value increased by a significantly higher percentage, but taxes didn't go up by that amount. And again, all the same assessments, yet some of these tax collections went down, others went up, and at all different rates. So clearly, the assessment does not dictate the change in the levy. It's the budgeting process that dictates the change in the levy. Next slide. And I will just again note that the town taxes, the part we're responsible for, this board sets, is a very small portion of your tax bill, 3.8%. So if you're paying $1,000 in taxes, that means, what is that? $38 goes to the town, $380? No, $38, right? So it's a very small portion. Next. And I do want to correct one statement from last time. I talked about a lack of timely submission to the Board of Assessment Review. You did, in fact, turn your repair quotes in with your grievance in 2022. But that submission did not include the appraisal. The appraisal was not turned in until after your bar hearing was completed. The assessor must follow the decisions of the Board of Assessment Review, and once the tentative roll has been published, cannot make a change to an assessment that has not been ratified by the bar. And so as stated, again, in previously and in all through the tax law, if you are still unhappy with your assessment, you can file a petition to start a small claims assessment review or SCAR process. That is handled by the court system and not the town. And that's it. Okay.
Now,
I'm done.
with
You can take the
now,
floor.
before I get into corrections that I have to make, because I said a couple of things I need to correct. But I'm going to answer, since this is simple enough, I can answer this right away. First of all, regarding section number 712, which is in your packet, and I believe that it is under the index, the table of contents, and it's item number, I believe it is item number 7, okay, on the table of contents, and it is tied to attachment 2A. In the very first paragraph, that section, by the way, comes under, it specifically comes under this procedure for judicial administrative review, which is the SCAR petition. You have to go back and you have to look at the section, the general heading under the New York State real property tax law. That's where it is. So that is incorrect. You can, all right, you say no, it says yes. It's called administrative assessment review. That is where all the stuff is about the procedure, about an answer being filed. She is required to file an answer. It says it right there in the very first paragraph. Okay, an answer. The respondent shall serve a verified answer upon the petitioner, at least, and that is for the SCAR petition. Okay, there is no other type of petition. At least 5 days prior to the return day, unless time to serve such an answer has been extended, blah, blah, and so forth. No such answer was filed. I filed the petition in a timely manner. The petition must be filed within 30 days, and that's in another section that is after this. It deals all with SCAR. 30 days from the time that the tentative assessment roll is due. The tentative assessment roll is due every year at the same date, July 1st of that year. You have 30 days from July 1st, according to statute verbatim, okay, to get that petition in. That means it has to be done by August 1st, no later. As far as any type of adjustments are concerned, even if estimates were not turned in on time, there would be no way that a state hearing officer that is appointed by the Chief Justice of the State Supreme Court could possibly find in favor for a petitioner to have the assessment lowered and then enforce that judgment, which is under subsection 734 of the same administrative review process, to refund those taxes in 90 days. There would be no way that that could be done if there was an established time frame by which these estimates have to be in. It would leave the state with no way to refund that money. That makes sense. So that is incorrect. That's the first thing. You say no, we beg to differ. We'll hash that out in the court if that's the case. Okay?
Bring it on. Even your dates are wrong.
Huh?
You even stated the wrong dates. Tentative assessment roll
July
comes out.
1st.
No.
That's well, that's what it says. It says that right in the law too. Okay, and I know because I foiled when the assessor had to certify the roll. I have that from 2022. She certified it on, if you think it's a different date, then I will take that date, but it's 30 days, okay, from whatever the date is. And I'm telling you that the law says July 1st, that's the first month after. And by the way, all of the Board of Assessment Reviewings have to be done before July 1st for that reason. They have to be done. It specifically states that. Okay, so you can look that up. Now
you're confusing the tentative roll with the final roll.
The final assessment roll. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. I made a mistake in like you gotta be careful. Language is very, very specific here. Yes, I agree. It's subtle. I do agree. It is the final assessment. The LOA notice is the tentative assessment. The final assessment is not certified and done all that till July 1st. SCAR petitions must be filed within 30 days within the final assessment roll being certified and approved. The next point, regarding the New York State Department of Finance in your packet, according to the index again, under item number 10, that would be attachment 4. There is another part of that. He didn't give you the whole thing. New York State is the only state in all the 50 states that does not have a state New York State law that mandates that yearly reassessments be done, okay, every year. Now, wait a minute. I think I know what you're gonna think or say, possibly. But it doesn't mean that the town or the local jurisdictions can't do that. But the notion is that there is no state law requiring to do that. It is not mandated to do that. And so when you end up sending out mass mailings to how many people are in Henrietta, when you looked it up population-wise, 40,000, whatever the population is, that is misleading the public. It's undermining the public trust. It should not be happening, okay? Because there is a statement in the assessment increase notice in the very first sentence. It says, dear such and such or whatever, you are receiving this notice because you are being reassessed. I'm paraphrasing. I don't have the actual notice in front of me right now. And it states that New York State requires that you be reassessed by market value or uniformly, okay, at the equalization rate, whatever that is. But there is no state law that requires that. And in the assessor's manual, which is the manual that the state puts out, which is their mandated requirements, which you have a copy of, it's sitting right in the assessor's office from the board hearing that took place in 2022. I've submitted pages to all of you that you received email. It's from the manual. That's the mandates that the assessor must follow. The assessor must take a test. They have to pass the test on the manual that the state puts out. They have to pay $1,400, okay, in order to get that certification, which is tested on the manual and what's required. It goes by the manual. The manual basically clearly states, okay, these kinds of standards that must be followed. In that manual, on the very first page, which you got the last time, I believe, and by email, it tells you that taxable assessed value times multiplied by the tax rate
gives you the total taxes to be paid.
For your property.
I'm only concerned with my property.
I understand.
Doesn't matter what everybody else does. If my assessment goes up and there's a mathematical proof that's been written that I have authored, I have other examples of authored proofs about multiplication and the fact that when you multiply two numbers, it doesn't matter what they represent. If one number goes up, the product will go up unless it's 1 or 0, and 1 or 0 are not allowed when it comes to that.
There are two numbers there, right? So if hold on.
Constant, if one stays constant.
If one stays constant,
the other
but
goes
one
up,
of them
product is still gonna go up.
in the entire modern history of the town, the tax rate is not, I shouldn't say that. Going back, they used to hold it steady in the early days. Since I've been in office, the tax rate has gone down every single year by a significant amount. Do you disagree with that statement?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Since-
Yeah, I do, because I have the tax bill for the property.
No.
And it went up.
The tax rate went up?
No, the taxes.
I'm
went-
asking, has the tax rate gone down every single year I've been in office?
I haven't had a chance to look at that statistic. I have to go back to the tax bills and I would have to look at every tax bill for the
Okay.
last 9 years, which is the time we've been in, and see whether or not if it is, I will concede you that point, but it does not wipe away the multiplication rule of two numbers, and one of them goes up, the product will go up.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Okay, so
One went down.
let me use the tax
No,
rate.
all right, wait a minute, hold it. We're talking about multiplication.
We're talking about multiplication, okay? What is 10 times 2?
20. You can't use, well.
Okay, hold on. What is 20 times 0.25?
That's, you have to, multiply by 10. It would be, 0.25 and double it because it's 0.2, double that. So I believe that would be, is that 0.50
It's 5,
or is it 5? Okay.
right? The product is lower even though the first number went up
With the
by
decimal.
double.
All right, let me rephrase it.
Our tax rate is decimal. Our tax rate is 0.98.
But you see, here's the problem. When you multiply that by the taxable assessed value, which goes up, that's in the formula. That's in the formula. It's on the first page.
The formula for tax rate.
Not tax rate. I'm not talking about the formula for tax rate. You have taxable assessed value. I'm going to label it TAV. I'm going to label the tax rate TR.
Don't use TAV because that has a different meaning.
Well, in this case, I'm labeling it as taxable assessed
Your
value.
assessed value, just call it that.
Taxable assessed value, all right? I'm labeling TAV for that purpose, for this demonstration. And then you talk about the tax rate, which is TR. Now, if the taxable assessed value, and you're multiplying the two of them together, that's in the manual. If either one of those numbers goes up, even if one remains the same, the product is going to be greater than the two.
How about
If
if the second
one
one
number
goes,
goes-
how about if the second one goes down significantly?
He just.
Right.
the
I just
second-
gave you an example. Let's use
If
non-fractions.
it goes down,
If the
wait a minute.
second number goes down
The problem
significantly
with
and
it
the
is-
first number only goes up a little bit,
And that,
you're
right,
gonna,
but
it's
wait a
gonna be
minute,
a
wait a-
smaller
But
number.
here's the thing, it's that, and that's what you saw on the table. The taxes did go up slightly, very little when the assessment was at 0 because of that. But if there's a significant rise, something that is like, let's say, out of proportion, then you're gonna take 2 times 3, what's the product? 6. Is 6 greater? Is 6 basically bigger than either of the two numbers that they're being multiplied together to get it? Yes.
Except that, what if the tax rate is 0.98? Will the multiplication be lower? Yes, because it's decimal.
Well,
That's what our tax rate currently is.
That's only if you keep the taxable assessed value constant. If the taxable assessed value is kept constant and the tax rate should go up or down, then the result will go up or down. But if the tax rate doesn't remain constant and the taxable assessed value goes up, or if the tax rate remains constant and the taxable assessed value goes up, then you're going to get an increase in the product. That is mathematical law. You cannot dispute that. It's been around for 3,000 years.
So again, I just showed you. What's 10 times 5?
But you're assuming that one of them is going down and one of them is staying constant.
No, I'm not assuming it's staying constant. I'm saying one's going up, but the other one's going down.
Well, okay, if that happens, you're going to get something lower. But the taxable assessed value hasn't gone down. It's gone up every year.
The rate has gone down. The rate has gone down every single year.
Value has gone up.
Yeah, but 6 years ago, what was the tax rate? $3 6 years ago?
Oh, no, it was never that high.
If
It
you
was
look at
it was
the
a
page-
dollar
if you
49.
look
Oh,
at-
I'm sorry, $1.49. And now it's
It's
under a dollar.
98
But if
cents.
you look at the table I gave you, which shows what the actual numbers are, which were taken right off the Monroe County tax bills. When for 3 years in intervals, the taxable assessed value did not increase. It stayed at zero.
What's your house number? I'm gonna bring up your. tax
Wait,
bill.
I'm trying to get through my
Okay,
presentation.
go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Okay?
Sure.
If you do that, yes, the increase will be insignificant.
When you presented something, didn't you show 1 year your taxes went down? Yeah.
No, they
Yeah.
stayed the same, or they went.
No, they went down by, they went down by a small, there was a net 1 year, it went
But
down by a
that's
small
because
amount.
the repair costs were taken into account after the fact. And that's why, because the assessment was lowered a year later.
I can just use this number.
Okay, so the point is that they have not gone down. They have either stayed the same or they've gone up, even if it's a small increase, which is why I did not challenge the assessments from 2015, like let's say through 2017, because they stayed the same. In 2017, the assessed value did not increase. It's in that table. But for 2022, this is where the big issue came about. And what I take issue with, which I'm gonna get to this, one thing at a time, since I've answered your questions or your thing.
No, I didn't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I didn't
I'm
ask
sorry.
a question. I just stated a fact that if you kept saying if one number goes up, it has to go up.
Well, no,
And-
all right, let me put it this
and-
way.
And
If
that
one-
wasn't
all
a
right,
true
let me-
statement. I was just commenting on your statement.
let me
I didn't
rephrase-
have a question.
Right, no, let me
Don't
rephrase
make
it.
any-
If let's say you hold one constant, let's say you hold the tax rate constant, tax rate doesn't increase.
Right.
Let's say you hold it constant.
Yes.
Then we
And then-
agree.
Then we agree on that.
But that's not the situation.
Let me finish.
The tax rate hasn't been constant.
We agree with you. If
The
it,
value is going up and has gone up, except for 3 years where it stayed the same.
Nicholas, we agree. If the tax rate stays the same and your house assessment value goes up, then you will pay more in taxes. In fact, hold on, if we hold the tax rate flat for the whole town and the total assessed value, that's what TAV really stands for, the total of assessed value in the town goes up, then we would collect more in taxes. But to get there, you would have to raise the budget. You can't collect more than you put in your budget. It's illegal. And so what happens is the way that budget amount is determined. Now, are there some politicians who basically work into it backwards? They say, well, if we hold the tax rate flat and we take the growth in the town and we multiply it out, here's how much we would collect. Let's set that as our budget goal. Absolutely. There are people who do that. That's not how we've ever operated. We put together a budget. We take all of our expenses. We take all of our revenues. We subtract one from the other, and that determines how much we can collect. For 6 straight years, that amount was the same. We didn't increase it at all. This is the first year since when the library passed the referendum. This is the first year that we are actually collecting more in taxes. Now, with that said, just let me finish. When you get a tax bill that's a combined tax bill, it's not just the town's
But I got
portion.
separate bills. I had them send me
Right.
separate bills.
Well, you get,
I foiled it. I had them go back and get me this. That's what you have in that.
Right.
Showing what it was, so you can see. And what I want to say is, for the last 5 years out of the 8, the assessments have gone up and the taxes have gone up. There were only 3 years where the taxes went up a little bit.
do you know which page you have your tax amount on?
It was submitted in the table that you got the last time.
Oh, it's not in this package.
So it's
Not in this one.
packet.
Okay. I don't-
But you have it from before.
I don't,
The clerk has her copy.
we were just gonna look
Okay,
it up.
and-
We were just gonna look it up to find, because like I said, I believe that your total taxes went up because over that time, the fire district has had increases in their budget of 13.8%, 15%, 10, and I think their lowest was a 3% year. So they've been collecting more in taxes. The town has not. And so if your assessed value has gone up at a faster rate than the growth in the town, then you would pay more in taxes.
And
We've
I-
always
and
said
for-
that,
for 5
but it
years-
doesn't mean the town gets any additional
Well,
taxes.
that's not my issue.
Okay.
I'm not concerned with what the town
You
gets.
said that I'm lying when I say
Well,
that.
I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying that it's misleading.
It's not misleading. We don't collect any more taxes by raising.
Because
assessment.
I also have the proof from the bank showing exactly what they collected from you as well.
I'm not
Okay.
arguing that you did or didn't pay more. I'm saying that changing assessed values does not bring in any additional revenue to the town.
But it does cost me more in taxes if in fact one value stays constant and the other one goes up.
Stop
or-
saying that because that's not ever the situation. The value does, not, I won't say ever. It has not been the situation since I've been in office.
It's been for us because
It is
because
never-
the last
no.
5 years out of 8, 5 years out of 8, and the property taxes, by the way, in 22 went up because of that.
The tax rate went down for you. It's
But
not
the-
like you have a separate
The
tax rate.
rate's gone down for everybody.
If you look at the
Great.
tax, at that table where it shows what the taxes were, and you look at what the difference was between the
Becky-
following year and the prior year, there was an increase.
Becky,
The tax.
hold on one
the
second.
tax-
Becky,
And that was the property taxes, not the.
do you
school tax.
do you still have the taxable rate tables that you've put together where you record all of the taxable rates for the past?
Well, no, it's not the rate.
many
What
years?
it was, it was the total.
Yeah, I have it right here. Do you want me to bring one into you?
tax.
What was that?
I have one right here. Do you want me to bring it into you?
Bring them into you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Oh, I was just gonna say, or if you have the rate, Craig's coming to get it. I was just gonna say, if she puts together, she records every year
What I did.
what all the rates are, so you can actually track the rates over the
But
year.
I
And
don't know what you
again,
mean by rate. I'm going by the actual dollar amounts that were paid out from the tax bills.
from, this is, you say tax bills, if you mean,
Meaning from 2000.
are you saying for the whole town or just you?
No, no, it's me.
Okay,
It only has to do with us.
okay.
I'm only concerned with us. I'm not
So-
concerned with everybody else.
So again, just to be clear, the one.
I'm glad to see you got a sense of humor about this.
The one never stays constant. It doesn't, since I've been in office. There were a few years so after the real estate market crash in 2009, there were many years where home values didn't change because the real estate market didn't change. Around the time, basically 2019, it started to finally, 18, 19, it started to recover. Post-pandemic, it has shot through the roof. It's gotten ridiculous. Okay?
I
Just so you
understand that.
know, if you haven't read my stuff, I hate the assessment process. I
You
think
told me
it's
that
horrible.
once a long time ago.
I absolutely hate it because for exactly this reason. It's confusing. It causes animosity towards the town. We have to collect all these bills that we don't generate. Like I said, someone said something about, I pay $10,000 to the town. I said, you don't even pay $400 to the town.
But we're missing the point here. There's another point that's tied to this. Okay, the other point, is this my table or your time?
No, these are the tax rates going back to
Okay, but
2016.
this is not what I'm talking about.
But that's what you were saying earlier.
Oh, I'm not
Five
talking-
minutes ago, you were saying if,
Oh, I mean, this is the tax rate.
yeah,
So if
this
you
is
were
the tax
you were
rate.
saying the
So if you-
tax rate.
If you take that tax rate from my house, it's on the bill.
Right.
But you see, it doesn't go by, the tax rate determines what the property tax is. And I believe the school tax, and then they're separate. And you have to add those together to get the total taxes for the year, which is what I did in that table.
Right.
And every year, except for those 3 years, okay, when you subtract the prior year from the following year, there is an increase, except for those 3 years. Meaning that we're paying more in both property tax and school
Right.
tax. And this has happened every time the assessment has gone up,
It happens every time the assessment doesn't go up. If you hold the tax rate flat,
but not that
hold
much.
on, if you hold the tax rate flat and the school district increases its budget,
I wish I had the table. I don't have it with me.
right, if you basically hold the tax rate flat and the school district increases its budget, right? Either that means the assessed value has to get that to be equal. Again, the rate doesn't stay flat typically. Now, as you look at it, as we've gotten into this years of growth, right? For years, the school rate was 20. They increased their budget. Every year, they've increased their budget. They collect more money in taxes every single year. And so, yes, some taxes have to go up. However, if the growth in the town is greater than the increase in the budget, then the tax rate goes down. And so what you see here,
Is that my table that was submitted at the last meeting?
No, this is.
Okay, what I want to say here is that even if the increase between the prior year and the difference between that and the next year is small, the fact is it still goes up. And the other problem here, it's not even so much that. What the main issue is that it's the fact that the math that is being used per the OAL level of assessment determination manual that the state puts out, which assessors must follow because that's how they get certified. I call it the IAAO, which is the International Association of Assessors, okay, and got into a whole discussion about how do you get certified, what you got to go through.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
And
don't
all
need to
of
go
that.
into that. We're very aware of it.
Oh, you
Our
are, okay,
assessment-
I don't know if you are, I don't know if you are or you're not. And so they have to basically follow these standards. Now, in the manual,
Including, just to be clear, we don't get to dictate how they do their assessment. Do you agree?
well, okay, wait a second. I'll answer that in 1
Okay,
minute. Just
sure.
let me get to that point.
Sure.
Okay?
Yep.
So the thing of it is the question here becomes, is some of the approaches of analysis and methods that are being used in order to determine this, which I touched on at the last meeting to some degree with the time adjusted sales price, which is very much a part of what's in the manual, because if in fact what you say is true, and I'm not saying you're lying, and I'm not saying you're not, I'm saying I don't know, because we don't know who was responsible for not creating the record, if one was ever created. And if one wasn't created, then why not? Because in the manual on the very next to last page, where they show the formula, which is a simple multiplication, addition, and subtraction of 4 things to get the TASP, okay? It says that you cannot calculate the TSP, even if it's with software. Someone's got to program that unless you've got the TASP. That calculation and those values that were used for that year are missing.
So-
Wait,
Oh.
hold it. Just let me,
Sure.
one more
Go
thing.
ahead.
Just one more thing.
I thought you were done.
I'm
Okay,
almost,
fine.
almost. And what I gave you guys on the last sheet there, if you look at it, Mr. Barley,
Yep.
which answers your question about, was I satisfied or pleased? Okay, the answer to that is not quite. However, I want to point out one thing. That 137, whatever it was on there that I boxed in, that I calculated taking from the 3 samples the state supplied, doing a sales comparison analysis, taking all the parameters, each one, adding them up, using our house as the control sample, taking the 3 that they're comparing it to, because that's what they're doing, getting the means for the living space, the garage space, the square footage, any other amenities that we don't have that they might have had, and then cost adjusting, which is what you're supposed to do, the differences between that and what ours is, and coming up with a value that is approximated to what it would be if they had the same thing that we had. Now, I wouldn't have had to do that if I had the time adjusted sales price calculation that includes the sales percentage of increase of the home sales, whether it's in this area alone or the state. That number is a variable that must be used in order to make that calculation. Otherwise, you cannot do it. There's no way. That number that you got on that page is not time adjusted. Mr. Farish's number of 140,000, which you got a copy of, is a time adjusted price for that year with the repairs deducted. What I have is repairs deducted for what they would have been back then, but it's not time adjusted. That's why I need the mu value. I need number of months, which I would expect would be 12 months because you go from year to year. So to get it, according to the example in the manual, you would put 12 months in from the prior year to the current year you're trying to calculate the sales price for. That's something that's get multiplied. That months, those number of months get multiplied by the sales percent increase. One is then added to that, and then you multiply the whole thing by the last known taxable assessed value, which would be that of the prior year. If the house isn't being sold. Since our house is not up for sale, we don't have a sales price. So you have to use the last known level of assessment as the sales price. And then when you get that final answer, when you multiply that by that, you get a number that obviously will be higher than what it was the prior year. I can't do that because I don't have the TA, I don't have the MU, and I don't have the information I've been after for over 2 years now. Now, Mrs. Jorstad, I spoke to her this morning. She is going to have, she called me. She has told me that by May 1st, which is when the books are out there, with the 3 comparable properties that the state sends them, that sends her, which they recommend that they use because everything's stratified according to neighborhood, she is going to release to me for this year the sales percent increase, which is the MU value that I need. It's a 2-minute, a child could do it. You don't need to be a mathematician. Any one of you can put your house in there, put in 12 months, multiply that by MU, add 1 to it.
Can we cut this short? Because you don't need to explain the whole process to us. The thing is, this gets into a question of what is a record. So let me talk a couple things about that. Our discussion here is a record. Why? Because this verbatim minutes are being recorded, right? So when we're all done with this discussion is a matter of record, you can foil it. When you were out talking to some people out in the hall, that does not create a record.
I know
You can't foil it, right? I just went online on the Monroe County tax portal and pulled up your property. I didn't create a record. I looked at some stuff.
I know.
I can even play some stuff. It doesn't create a record. The issue you have is you were asking the current assessor, how did the previous assessor do some stuff? The previous assessor never saved that, so she can't give you that answer. And there is no record to produce other than what you already have. So going forward, what this assessor has said is that what she will do is when she does that calculation, she will save it for you specifically. We don't save it for all 14,000
I understand.
properties.
I don't expect
She
you to.
will expressly save it for you so you have it. But
However,
she can't go backwards because it wasn't her, so she doesn't know how
And
the
I've
previous
already, and
assessor
I've already
did it.
told her I don't expect her to go backwards, but the issue is that how, if you look at the very last attachment before that last page, which is the one that says new evidence. Unbeknownst to you, Mr. Schultz, Ms. Nicodemus and I met on the 20th of May in 2022. Marie was there. She was a witness. Mrs. Nicodemus handed me, and it's right there, look at it, a printout from your system.
So then you have the record.
No, wait a minute. Let me finish. I have what appears to be the final result of a record, but I don't have what went into that record.
And this is what I'm saying.
Wait a minute,
If she didn't save that, there is no record. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But you see, in order for her to get to that screen, she would have had to create one. It's within the software. It shows 182,000 on. Do you want me to show you what I'm talking about?
I
mean,
know exactly what it is. I've seen her do it, but my point is, I can go into this software, I can put numbers in here. I can go online and say, convert acreage to square, hold on,
all right.
to convert acreage or do some calculation. I can show you the product, but you can't tell me, because I never saved it, what the input to that was. This is the problem. We don't know what input she put in there. All we have is the output. That's all we can supply to you, because whereas, yes, you needed to punch in numbers, it doesn't save them. That's what creates a record. If she didn't save it, she only saved the output. That's the record we have. We don't have any record of the input numbers.
Then the issue goes to why is it then the Board of Assessment Review did not take this into consideration, since this was brought up many times along with my calculations, Mr. Parrish's appraisal, which they got within 2 days after the determination letter. Okay, and I also submitted, which is tied to the index, which is on,
as I understand it, at
here
the
it
time
is.
of your board.
The abeyance letter, wait a minute, the abeyance letter I put in asking that the decision be held in abeyance.
Until when? Until when?
Until Mr. Farish was able to do the appraisal, which was only a
Right.
couple of days, a couple of days later, would not have made a difference. And there is nothing in the law that says, because of the sections I told you about, 730, 734, that says that there's nothing that says that you cannot go back in between assessment years and correct something, okay, at a later date or a lot sooner than waiting a whole year. I had attempted to get this done.
You have that. It's called SCAR, and you chose not to show up.
No, I'm talking about even before that. This could have been corrected all the way back on the date of that letter, or on the date of that notice, which was, you have it in your packet.
Which was what?
That was demand notice of abeyance that was, that's.
No,
number-
abeyance isn't when they could make the correction because you don't have the result yet. When did you actually have the result?
I never got a result because I was trying to get one.
No,
And it was never answered, like Mr. Mastroa doesn't want to answer any of the demand notices this time.
no, hold on. You basically had said that you wanted an abeyance because you were waiting for your
Right. Mr.
appraisal. When
Farish-
did the appraisal come in?
The appraisal came in on I believe it was, let's see, that was on the, hold on a minute. You're gonna have to wait a minute because I have to look at that. Letter went in,
I don't care when you sent the letter of abeyance
I
right
did it in
now.
person on June 13th.
June 13th is when you sent in the appraisal?
That's when I basically kept the letter and explained why the appraisal wasn't gonna be until the date of the appraisal.
Okay, so
Appraisal, you
when,
got a copy of the appraisal.
when
last
is the
time.
date of the appraisal? This is what I want to know.
I believe that was about, I think, a couple of days later, around the 16th or so, but you have it on file.
Right, at which point the assessor only has a short amount of time to create the final roll. And the
July
assessor,
1st, July 1st.
and the assessor cannot make changes without,
But the appraisal was done before July 1st, and I had it in here that
the
day
assessor cannot make changes
after.
the tentative roll has been created without, that have not been vetted or approved by the Board of Assessment Review, right?
Well, that's not true, because if that were the case, there wouldn't be a remedy under 730 and 734 to allow the state courts to go back.
SCAR. It's not the assessor doing it. It's the SCAR hearing.
I understand it.
The
but they're-
SCAR
but
has
they're
the
still-
authority
but
to
they
do
still
it.
can, well, okay, if you're saying that you can't do it because a state court has to do it.
Correct.
Because your rules don't allow for that, or there may not even be a law.
Not
that
just
allows
our
it.
rules, it's New York State's
All right,
rules.
well, that may be very true.
Tertiary action, 7, judicial
I know
section.
what that is, yeah.
Right, that also has the ability to do it. And this is why what happens when you look at even those years where we held our tax levy flat, if you look, there's some minor variations in the actual amount levied, and that's because of these changes. So anything that comes through SCAR or certiorari action after the roll is made up, the only way to,
But Mr.
let me finish, the only way to adjust that, you can't change the tax rate because it's already gone out.
I understand
The only
that.
way to fix that then is to adjust the actual levy.
But the issue I take umbrage with is the fact that they had those estimates. You admitted that they were in on time. They had them and they did not take them into consideration. And you made a statement at the last meeting. We have the time. We transcribed the video. I wanted you to know. Okay, the times are in my agenda. They're all,
It's in the
I'm just
agenda.
telling you. So I'm saying that.
Did I not address that I said the wrong
Oh,
thing?
you did, but I just want to point out that these things were handed in on time and they were not considered. Because you had stated at the last meeting, well, why is it you're the only one and all these other, let me just say one other thing. in regards to that. I don't
Again,
know.
your assessment was not available at the time of your hearing. Is that correct?
My assessment
Not
of the
assessment,
estimate,
sorry, appraisal. Your appraisal
but the estimates were.
was your appraisal available at the time of
No,
your
because
hearing?
Mr. Farish, his mother had died of a hemorrhage on the
Right.
floor, that's in there.
I just need a yes or no.
No,
I
it was not,
understand there were
but it-
extenuating
but
circumstances.
it was available within about 5 days after that because I couldn't get him down here any sooner. But the estimates were in on time. They were not considered. That is their mistake. And Mr. Junji should not be sitting because he's not supposed to do that. It's a violation of my rights as a taxpayer not to take estimates. And if you talk about the rule of law and that the board took an oath like you did at the June 22nd meeting where you went into that whole speech about that, which I agree with incidentally, okay, then they have it. I know what Mr. Safford is looking at, Mr.
I know, you take the oath on June. I don't know what you were, I just looked at him and I
Mr.
I
all
looked
right,
at,
you
I
weren't
looked
here
at,
for that.
I looked
Mr.
at Bartley
Schultz-
to see what you were talking.
Just briefly, there was a thing about Planned Parenthood, and
Oh,
he started off the meeting about we have a duty to uphold and, and so forth, we took a sworn oath, we can't rewrite the laws in New York and all that, and so on and so on and so on. And I agree with all that. I don't disagree there. But the point is that it is true that an answer has to be filed to a SCAR petition. It was not. It is true that the estimates were in on time. That was not considered. That's a major blunder. And that cost me, okay, for that year, an increase of $534 in escrow, otherwise, and the mortgage payment went up. See, how it works is even if you pay the shortage, the mortgage payment still goes up.
Your escrow,
It's escrow, right,
your escrow goes up, your
right.
mortgage payment goes
And I've got damages because of it, because somebody didn't do their job. Now, I have requested that he step down, along with Mr. Johnson, who had all the data, all the information. You all have gotten digital copies, I assume, emailed from me, right, about that hearing. You've all listened to it, I would hope. Every single one of you. You heard what went on. I submitted all the calculation. I submitted all the proof. I haven't even gotten into the sample size that they're using with the sales comparison, which skews the data all the way to the point where it's only 80% reliable by definition. That's a certainty right off the top. Okay, it is not reliable. Okay, absolutely not. It's not accurate. In order to get, and the manual specifically tells you that, I believe it's on page 5 or 4, which she's got to follow that. And what she's supposed to do is, this is what she's supposed to do. If she doesn't have enough sales, like Mr. Pate, you remember when we talked last time? She's supposed to go back to prior sales, get ones that were, time adjust them forward, and then you can use them. But that's why you need that TASP value. You can't time adjust anything unless you've got that.
No offense, but with all of her experience and all of her skills, I trust Ms. Yorsted's understanding of the law and the procedures more than I trust yours. So.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, because there are certain things here that, because if you look at.
If you have a real issue with it.
If you look at where subsection 12 is, subsection 730, 734, they're all under special administration review. Okay,
No,
for judicial review.
it's under judicial review. SCAR is Title 1A. It's separate. The first part is certiorari action. It is. I just went out there. It's in the New York State Senate. They have all the tax laws online.
All right, 712 is Title I, but that's general provisions. Okay, but it's still part of, it still is, you see, this is where you and I probably will have an issue. We will not agree on this, and we'll have to get a judge to rule on that.
By all means, go that route.
On that issue. Look, don't.
The thing is, just to be clear, we can't tell her how to do assessment. That's illegal.
But it's also illegal not to provide me the record when you're supposed to have it, and it's also illegal.
Again, this goes back to what I'm saying. You were provided a record, the record that we had. That's all the record we have.
That's not the right, but you have a duty to preserve those records and see.
There was no record created in the first place.
Then you have a duty to see to it that it was, if it wasn't. And my point is.
That's how it works.
And the second thing is that the Board of Assessment Review did not take the estimate of repairs into account, and they were in on time.
So that is your assertion.
Wait,
that's fine.
You're saying now that you're going to take back that?
No, I'm saying that's your assertion.
What? That they didn't take it under account. They never put anything in the inventory box to deduct for the repairs.
I don't know that they did or didn't, because
I gave you a copy of the final decision letter. It's nothing there.
You've also given me a lot of stuff that is factually incorrect.
I forged his signature now. I mean, seriously, he signed it.
What did he say? That we didn't take it into account?
If they do take it into account, it has to.
Did he state that he didn't take it into account?
If it was, it would have been
No,
stated.
answer my question. It's a simple yes or no answer.
I can't
Did
answer
he
that.
state that he did not take it into account?
I can't.
Did he use those words? Yes or no?
According to the way the form, they have to put it on a pre-printed form that the state says you got to use. There's a box there where you're supposed to put in any cost adjustments for estimate of repairs. It's a state form that they are required to use by New York State.
Did he state? So what you're saying is no, you have no record of him stating the fact that he didn't take anything into account.
The assessment remained at 182, so no, he didn't take it into account.
How do you know he didn't look at it, take it into account and say, you know what, that doesn't really, I think the assessment is still good even with these changes?
Because you have to deduct the repairs off of that assessment. He didn't.
So wait a minute. So I can lower my taxes because I just had to pay for a new electric hot water heater?
No, it has to do with the valuation of the house.
And do you not have to have
in other words, if you have a house that's in disrepair, it's not going to be worth what it would be if you went ahead and put those repairs into it. Anybody knows that. Okay, so in other words, first of all,
but do you also know, right, that in terms of how much, like you do an improvement how much you spend on that improvement does increase the house by that amount. Conversely, how much you have to spend in repairs doesn't lower the house by that amount.
When you do the improvement, we haven't done that yet.
No, I'm saying going the other way.
Yeah.
If you haven't done the improvement, because people will still come in, because there are people who will say, you know what, I can do that myself. I can save a bunch of money.
But however, here's the other point.
That's why you need the appraisal.
But here's the, I know, and I got that, and that's been done. And even Mrs. Nicodemus' reduction of the 17,000 that she did, based on the repairs that I have right now that I'm going to get in this week, I can tell you right now, it's $20,000 in repairs with 3 different roofers, 3 different evaluations for the crawl space of the roof. Okay, that and the driveway and the tree that has to be removed.
Again, we can't adjust your.
I'm not asking you to.
Well, my point is, don't go into all the details of all those changes because we can't change anything. So the point is this. If you've got those changes, get all the stuff and have it ready.
I will.
So that you can bring it in appeal.
I'm
Okay?
going to have that
Right.
done.
So have it on time. No, don't ask for abayances.
I'm not, but
Let me finish. I just want to say, if you have an issue with the past, it's too late for the normal procedures. If you want to file a
That's
lawsuit,
right. That's
file a
why
lawsuit.
we have courts of law, and that's why I have.
Well, then bring it.
It is. You already have it.
No, you don't.
You have the notice to claim. The action.
You've not filed lawsuit.
It doesn't have, there's nothing that says I have to do it right this minute. I've got 3 years.
Okay. Well, then I don't want to hear it until you, what we're saying is, we can't resolve it.
I'm not asking you to resolve.
Well, then you are.
I know that's not what I'm.
Okay, so then either file the lawsuit or stop.
Can I please tell you what I'm asking?
What are you
Maybe if you understand what I'm trying to say here. Just like you are bound by duty, right, by the laws of New York State, you can't rewrite them. I am also bound by the same duty. I have to follow what the laws
You
are.
don't have a sworn, you don't.
Wait a minute.
Swear, right?
You're not letting me
Okay,
finish.
Sure, you're right. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I don't have a sworn duty. It's not what I'm driving at. If you are a pro se litigant making any type commencement of an action of any kind, courts and general judges come down a lot harder, believe it or not, on pro se litigants they do on attorneys. Because if you are going to take on that kind of a thing, then you had better well know what the hell you are doing. Otherwise, the court is not going to sit there and waste their damn time. So for that reason, you have to follow the same laws, the same standards, the same court practices. You have to know what the court practices are as any other attorney or any other litigant that is going to do that. There are certain things I cannot change. If the law says that I have to do something, if I'm in that stage of the process, then that's what I must do. There is no, go ahead, I'll answer it, go ahead.
I go home, it's almost 10 o'clock.
Shortly. Okay, so when it comes to that, there is nothing that says I have to file it now. There's nothing that says that I have to go to a library to watch a Zoom hearing. That's not required. Okay, I mean, the fact is, I asked for an in-person hearing. You guys all got copies of my conversation with Mr. Blum, who stated that I did ask for an in-person hearing. In fact, I did. Okay, and I didn't get one. And I wasn't even told about, he could have called me.
You do know that we have no authority over SCAR.
But you brought it up when you opened the door last week. It's fair game.
Right.
You brought it up.
What I'm saying is, if you have a problem with the way the court handled it, bring it up to the court.
I am. I
Don't
already
bring it
did.
up to us.
Because
You're
you-
wasting our time. You are wasting an inordinate amount of taxpayer dollars because of all the time we have to spend with all your.
You brought it up, but you brought it up saying that I didn't show up for this hearing without even explaining what there were mitigating circumstances.
Did you show up to the hearing?
No, but.
No.
but
So
there
my
was-
statement
Well, I
wasn't
couldn't
false.
show up because it was online and I didn't know.
Whatever.
Whatever.
My point is you're acting like I made an incorrect statement.
You
I
made
did
a
it.
misleading statement because you didn't give all the facts. You omitted facts. You didn't state that there was reasons as to why. If I don't get notified like I'm supposed to, how am I supposed to know if I don't? Anybody that sends me mail, I get it. If the assessor sends me an LA and Christos, I get it. Anybody sends me, I get it. I never received any notice, just like I never received the determination letter that was supposed to be mailed by the board chairperson until I filed it. I didn't get that either. So,
Do you have any other new points?
yes, I do.
You need to make them quickly, otherwise.
I'm going to make an effort if I can get
Very
through this as
quickly.
quickly as possible.
Very quickly.
And then Marie has things that she wants to address.
We're not gonna have time.
next meeting.
You've already used an inordinate amount of time at the last meeting, at this meeting. This is our second 4-hour meeting in a row.
The other thing I want to point out, again, which I mentioned earlier, is that I take umbrage, okay, with the fact that there is no supporting data because no record was created. There is no supporting data to support $182,000 taxable assessed value for 2022.
Noted. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Next.
Wait a minute.
You stop complaining about shit that we can't deal with. We can't change that.
I'm not saying you can.
Well, then what do you think we can change?
What you can do is
complain about something that we can
all
actually
right.
change.
What you can do is take steps and preventive corrective measures like you're supposed to, due diligence. Each and every one of you to see to it that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Once is a mistake, twice is not a mistake. Hear me clearly. It's
Is-
on the, wait,
Is the same assessor currently in office who made those mistakes?
that might be, that is true. That is.
Yes or
true.
no?
I'm not saying-
Is the same assessor who made those mistakes currently in office?
No, that.
Okay.
No, but just because that's the case doesn't necessarily mean.
But we can't dictate how they do it. So I don't know what steps you want us to take.
That's where that is not entirely true. The board hires the assessor, they hire the person.
And we did, we hired an
All right,
assessor.
and that means that you people are duty bound for the actions of the people that serve under you.
You know, we cannot fire an assessor. It is not possible, not legal.
Well, is that in the town law or?
That's in state law. State law does not allow a town board to fire an assessor for any reason.
Well, the state's not allowed to do it either, because
I understand that. So you're saying we have to be answerable. They serve out their term.
Where in the town law, can you tell me, where in the town law does it say you cannot terminate the assessor for breaking the law or doing anything that's illegal or anything like that? Because I find that very, very hard to believe.
Believe me, I researched it.
You did?
I did.
Where is it in the?
I
town?
don't know off the top of my head. I will find it and
Leave it at.
I will leave something for you.
But it still doesn't abdicate you of the responsibility for what your subordinates are doing. You have to take and institute corrective
There,
measures.
this is the thing you don't grasp. The assessor is not our subordinate. The assessor, when it comes to assessment, reports to the Office of Real Property Tax Service, not to us.
But the Real Property Tax Service has no jurisdiction over a town employee. She is a town employee after all.
She is not exactly. This is what I'm telling you. They have a separate office. They have a separate.
I know they do, but they don't have jurisdiction. They
And
don't
in fact,
have.
oh, by the way, she is now assessor of
I
the
know
towns
that,
of
but
Rush and
she's
Henrietta
still, I know,
together.
but she still is assessing in Henrietta. But the New York State Office of Real Property Tax Services does not have any oversight over what she does or doesn't do.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. I've asked Mr. McGovern. They do not, they cannot tell.
How you
what-
define
They're not
oversight.
they're not allowed to tell her what to do. They can recommend, they can make suggestions. That they're allowed to do, but they cannot, let's say.
And ask them whether the town board can do anything about that.
If I could get,
Ask
if I could get Mr. McGovern to answer the phone, I will. I've been
I
waiting. for-
guarantee you we cannot.
You said you.
I talked to him last year.
Okay, well, okay.
He hasn't answered the phone. I have a whole log sheet with calls that were made. He hasn't answered his phone in a year and 2 months. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So all I'm saying is that I don't want a repeat of 2022. If I give estimates, I expect them to be taken into consideration.
Well, you already know that she's gonna generate a record for you, and I already know that there are gonna be different steps taken.
And there's
So-
only one last thing. I've asked that Mr. Junji, in the spirit of fairness and non-judicial prejudice because of what's happened in the past, I've asked that him and Mr. Johnson step down. And you have a demand notice which has not been answered by your town attorney. And with regards to that last issue, if Mr. Bistrella, if he doesn't answer, which is an ethical problem for the bar, I will put in an attorney grievance, which I have a right to do. Look,
Of
I
course.
have the right to do that. I mean, I do.
You believe you have a much greater understanding of the law than you really have.
Well,
So
that's your opinion. I've won
who should I
every
believe
case.
a person who has spent, Dan, how many years have you been practicing law? Ballpark. 40 years
And how many,
versus you.
How many?
Do you have did you go to college for law?
No, but
No.
but
Did
I
you
tried. I
pass the
tried-
bar? Did you
I
pass the bar
haven't lost-
association?
I haven't lost a case
Did you
yet.
did you pass the bar?
I haven't.
Okay, then bring the lawsuit. We're just sick of this. You keep threatening the
You're the
lawsuit.
one that's bringing that up. I'm not bringing it up.
You are too.
I
You
said that
you
I'm going to
filed-
file an attorney grievance. I have a right to do that.
Go for
What's
it.
wrong with that?
Go for it. Just don't do it here.
Why would I do it here?
That's my point. Go.
Why would I do it here?
Adjourn, please. I need to go home.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Any objection from the board? Hearing no objection, meeting adjourned.